Hello everybody, welcome to the Red Devil Experience. My name is Eric. We are here live with the latest Red Devil updates. We got some transfer news. Ruben Amorim doing his thing, laying out the transfer window for the summer, and some general summer plans, and talking a little bit about preseason, the plan for that and stuff like that. So we got quite a good amount of updates for today. A lot of stuff about Ruben, but also we have some transfer updates, about Marcus Rashford. A surprise young player named Juan Hernandez Torres. We're going to get into that. Small, tiny little update about Cunha. Nothing massive. A little bit of talk about Buemo and Semenyo. And yeah, it's going to be a good show. So stick around, get involved. Whether you're watching this live or after the live, get involved in the comments one way or another. We'd love to hear from you. If you're new, please help us out. Subscribe if you enjoy the content. We are on the road to 3,000 subscribers. We are at 2,940 at the current moment. And make sure you smash the like button, please, because it helps the channel grow, helps us get pushed out there. YouTube likes that sort of stuff. And it's very important for the channel. So if you want to help us out in that way and in that manner, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. But let's get straight into the show and no more wasting time. I want to start the show off today by talking a little bit about the comments that Ruben Amorim has made, and things that he's been saying, things that he's been talking about. I think some of them go quite hand in hand with maybe some opinions out there of the fan base, discussing some players, resting players, rotation and stuff like that. So I think it's actually quite important that we hear and listen to the manager. So Amorim, this was yesterday after the match, last night, of course. And one of the discussions that we had on the Red Devil recap after was about Mason Mount. And we were in here talking about, should Mason Mount start? Can Mason Mount start? And would you start Mason Mount? And has he, fought his way into a starting position? And it was a good discussion. And Amorim commented sort of on this, and it was kind of my general opinion of how I went about it. But Amorim said we have to be careful with Mount. He said Ahmad is still getting into rhythm. Some players aren't able to do that. Maz doesn't have the energy right now. Delo is doing everything he can to recover. They will push to be available. Some players can't play 90 minutes, and we have to protect them so they don't get injured before the final. And I think this is actually just some good insight into kind of, what the manager has to deal with, and kind of, what's going on sort of in the background. Again, it's not always black and white. It's not that, play the player, don't play the player. There's a lot of things that you have to consider when you're the manager. There's a lot of mitigating factors. Some of these players, obviously, they can't play. I think the way he showed love to Mason Mount from the very second he stepped into this door at Manchester United, I think he would love nothing more than to be playing Mason Mount 90 minutes every single match. But obviously, clearly, there is a plan, there is a program around Mason Mount to mitigate and make sure that, he doesn't get re-injured. And this is probably his longest spell that he's done since coming to Manchester United, being injury-free. It was his best game yesterday, his most impactful. He scored 2 wonderful, brilliant goals. And we want to see that continue and keep going, because we want Mason Mount to be a good signing. We want Mason Mount to be an important player. We spent a good amount of money on him. It hasn't been a good amount of time. And yeah, I think, just based off of what he said, I mean, I kind of felt the same way about Mason Mount. I think we do have to be careful with Mason Mount. I would like to see Mason Mount start. I think he can start, because I think he's can be a good player, especially when he stays fit and he plays a good amount of matches and he gets a good rhythm going. But as I said yesterday, I would not risk Mason Mount getting re-injured. I think Mason Mount is doing good, getting his good 30-40 minute cameos off of the bench. He hasn't played a lot of football compared to some other players. Now, you can argue both ways, but he might be lacking a little bit of sharpness. He should be a little bit fresher, though, because obviously he hasn't had the wear and tear of playing 50-something odd games in the season. But, even the same for Ahmad. He just came back from injury. I know Ahmad is a very important player. He's a big player. He's probably one of our best players, actually. Not probably, he is. I mean, he's very impactful. He makes a huge impact every time he comes on the pitch. He plays wonderfully. He has direct impact on the pitch and stuff like that. And yeah, we just have to be a little bit careful with them. We don't really need to force them. The Prem is the Prem. Of course, we want to go out and win it, but nothing's really going to change what we did in the Prem this season. So it's not like it's not like there's huge implications in the Prem other than, just getting 3 points and winning and maybe moving up a position or two. But we don't have to be taking unnecessary big risks on these players when obviously our main and biggest prize is the Europa League and getting into Champions League for next season. So, but he also had a couple other things to say. So, I've been talking a lot about the characteristics of the squads and the squad and the players, and how for Ruben's system it's very important. He doesn't have to change the number in the formation to make tactical adjustments. If you have the players, if you have different sorts of players that play the game differently and play positions differently and have different characteristics, you can change a lot in the game. I think we saw that yesterday. I think the substitutions that came on yesterday, the way they changed the game because they played the game in a different way, they can do things that maybe some other players can't do, and it changes the dynamic of the squad. And he spoke about this as well. And he said, when he talks about characteristics that the team lacks, because we do lack characteristics, it's the players who play more inside than outside, those little things, even the foot. It's very important to have a left foot in the position that Garnacho played today as a right wing 10. They can change the way we play. Having wingers who are more attacking than defensive can change the way we play. Those are the kinds of things we'll try to do in the future, but it's going to take time. It won't happen in one summer. So I was talking about that and the weaknesses, and you can see the match. We have so many problems, even to win this kind of match. You can see during the match that we have a lot of things to improve. And again, I respect him for his honesty. I respect him for being straightforward and direct. I like this. A couple people in the Discord were having conversation the other day saying that, maybe they feel like Ruben is too honest at times. I feel like you can't. You know what? Maybe you can be too honest at times, but I'd rather have him be too honest at times because, you know what? If people pay attention and listen to Ruben Amorim, you can understand what he wants from this team. You can understand the direction he's trying to take this team in. And you can understand where he's coming from and what he's trying to do as a manager and what's happening on the pitch. And it's funny because he's saying the same things that actually we're saying. But as fans, some of us, there's not enough patience, I would say, unfortunately. Again, I've been saying the whole time, these sorts of things, they take time. They do. They take time. It's not going to happen overnight, especially when you don't have them to begin with. You either have to develop them or bring them in. And that thing takes time. It doesn't take, 6-7 months to get this. It's not going to happen. It doesn't happen ever. It never happened at any club, and it's never going to happen in football. It's just not a thing that happens. So, again, the characteristics for players in the squad that we have, I think it's very obvious. We have a lot of holes. We have a lot of missing pieces. And there's a lot of work to do. And, Ruben Amorim, he's not naive. He knows. He's telling us. He sees what we're seeing, and he's telling us he sees what we're seeing, and he sees it too. So it's good that, he's being upfront about it. It's good that he's aware of it and he's not naive or, stupid or whatever. And yeah, I mean, this to me is probably one of the biggest and most important things for Ruben Amorim to get sorted out. I think that the more players we have available that are quality, that can play multi-position, that can do different jobs in similar positions or same positions is a massive thing to his system. And for him to be able to get Manchester United to a place where it is highly competitive and successful, And to do that, we obviously don't have that at this current moment with what we have available at the moment. We have some pieces, but we don't have the complete puzzle. So, to get there, we gotta make the progress. And this is why I'm saying, and obviously why the Champions League is going to be important. The money that's going to come from it is going to help even more. I mean, the list that we're drumming up for the summer already is quite large, and winning the Europa and getting in the Champions League is only going to make it a little bit easier. It's still a hard task, but it's going to make it easier, and it's going to make it bigger and better than what it could be maybe at this current moment in time. So, yeah, I mean, just, we got to get over the line. I think we will. I think we'll win it. There's been a lot of talk now that it's confirmed, a lot of back and forth. I don't really like this aspect of, listen, I know I'm saying we're going to win it, but some of the things that I've seen online already, like completely just writing off Tottenham, I don't really like it. When United is in a position of underdogs, we tend to, do, I guess, the unthinkable and win it. And for whatever reason, when we put ourselves and other people start putting themselves as favorites, we tend to not do so well. So I think we need to remain a little bit humble. Again, I think the match against Tottenham, I don't think we're going to dominate it. I don't think they're going to dominate it either. I think it's going to be an open game. I think it's going to be one that's going to be back and forth. And it's going to be a good match, but it's going to be a difficult match. It's not going to be a walk in the park. I don't think anybody should be under the illusion that we're going to smash Tottenham 3-0. So, but he had a couple more things to say that I thought were important. He also was talking about, resting players about the final. Obviously, we have 3 matches left in the Premier League and stuff like that. And, there's going to be some squad rotation. There needs to be squad rotation. Some players need to be protected. Some players need a rest for sure. And we got to try and minimize the risk because we need the fullest of and strongest squad we have for the final. So he was asked about that, and he was asked on whether he'll rest players until the final. He said no. He said they will play because sometimes it's better to play. What I want to protect are the players who can get injured. We want to win and be competitive, including in the Premier League. Bruno doesn't have an injury problem. He knocked on wood, and I'll do the same. Doesn't have an injury problem, but Harry Maguire does, so we have to manage that. But they have to play, and it's better to play. And I know this sounds maybe a little bit confusing, like he's not necessarily going to rotate, but I think what he's really trying to say here is that, like, he's going to do a mixture. I mean, I think the players still have to kind of play. I think it's good for them to sort of keep up momentum. If he didn't play them for 3 matches and we go into the final, yeah, you saved them and you've minimized all the risk of them getting injured, at least in a match. They could still get injured in training, but training isn't going to be that heavy going forward. But they need to still keep in the rhythm of playing matches, so it's important to keep them going. But at the same time, we do need to rotate some players, manage minutes, rest some players, especially some of the players that might be carrying some minor, slight injuries, or players that have played a lot of minutes and a lot of matches. I think players like Mazzawari, for example, is one that's a little bit of a concern that we got to take closer care of him, because he's one that struggles a little bit with injuries or fitness wise compared to like somebody like Bruno Fernandes. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a mixture over the next sort of 3 matches in the Premier League, which I think will be good, because I think, that will allow maybe some of the younger players like Amos or something like that to get some game time, and some match time, and maybe Fredrickson will play some games or some minutes. I believe Evan is supposed to be coming back. I think he's trying to get back for the final. I don't know if he'll be back for any of the Premier League matches, but he should be close, so maybe he'll get back in contention as well. Obviously, Diallo can use some minutes as well. That's going to be some good build up for the final to get there. Mason Mount can continue to get some more minutes as well, in there as well. So I think it's going to be a mix. I think it'll be good because I don't think it'll be like last time against Brentford where it was like super heavily rotated, but it has to be rotated for sure. Lyle's here, says, "Hey, Eric and all you Reds, how you doing, Lyle? Just doing some Ruben quotes because I think he said some big and important things and I think we should cover them. So just kind of going over that, and then we're going to get to the transfers. Some decently good transfer updates today. So, but Ruben also, was asked about the criticism, which, rightfully there's been a lot. Listen, nobody's saying it's good. I think many of us are arguing, give the guy more time, and he needs more time, and he needs at least a proper summer window in the preseason and stuff like that. But he was asked about the criticism. Roy Keane had some heavy criticism as well, and he addressed it. And he said, "We're trying to do our best. I agree we can do better. I don't have anything to say about the criticism because we deserve it. If we cannot accept everything in this kind of season, I think we are in the wrong business. I fully acknowledge that, and I agree with all the critics. But in this moment, I think it's really clear we have to be smart and we have to take a risk. We have to take the risk to get a lot of critics from everybody, because the standards of Roy Keane and all these guys are really high. But I have to make a choice. What is the best for the club, not what is the best for me. I make a choice in this moment. I'm going to save and try to save all the players because it's really important for us to win the final." So again, from the last quote he just said, where he said the players are going to play, and then he goes on to say this and says, "I'm going to try and save all the players because it's really important for us to win the final." That's why I'm saying that I think we're going to see a mixture of rotation. And, I mean, if it was really all about him and his position and he was so worried about it, I think he would just play the strongest team possible for the next 3 matches, because it would give him the best possible chance to win 3 points in all of the next 3 matches. But he's clearly saying that that's not necessarily going to be the case. We are going to have to change some players because we can't risk it. It's better for the club to have the strongest possible lineup for the final, even if it might cost us some points in the Prem for the remaining season. But I know we haven't been good, and we have to do better, and we're gonna try and do better, going forward. But yeah, I mean, listen, for me, what he says is just that. When he says take a risk and we have to be smart, I think when he says take a risk, he's talking about rotating the squad, and maybe playing some not such a strong team against a couple of these teams that are going to field probably their strongest team, and maybe we'll be at a disadvantage, and maybe we won't win a match. But from the very least, we got to go out there and at least be competitive and try and win these matches regardless. So. Elias says, "Oh, good, my side. Hope you're good, Eric. Glad to be here for Freestyle Friday." Yes, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I just want to get through these quotes. So one of the last ones. It's a little bit of a Ruben show today, but that's all right. Yesterday, I kind of said this again. I thought it was interesting that he also mentioned it because I don't read or see really the full quotes when I do the Red Devil recap. So. I kind of missed all these. I saw them today, and some of them come out today as well, and they come out later. So I kind of said something similar to this, where, he said he was talking about the match yesterday, after the match, and he said, "I think against Brentford, we had some mistakes. I felt that some of our players were thinking about them this game versus Athletic. So we have to manage that. Well, we also have to acknowledge that we are Manchester United. We need to win games. Also, in the Premier League, we have to use every game to improve, even to prepare for the final, but especially to prepare for the future." I think the first part is the most important part, because I said yesterday, again, a lot of people weren't happy with the display. I wasn't necessarily happy with the display. I think everybody is in agreement that the first 65 minutes of the match wasn't great. The last 20 minutes of the match, 70 minutes forward, was amazing, and we all loved it. And that's what we want to see the team do for a 90-minute every match on a consistent basis. I sort of mentioned this because this has been one of our issues that we've had for, since he's been here. But I think even, it's been lingering around United for quite some time anyway. It's an issue that's something wrong inside of the club in terms of, the ethos in the club. Against Brentford, like, we made some bad mistakes. We gave away goals. Yesterday, when we played Athletic, they scored off of one of those bad mistakes that we can't be making. We have to stop making them. And, Athletic, for me, like, they didn't really do enough. Like, they only scored off of that goal, off of that mistake that we made. They didn't do enough to really feel like that they were going to go on to, tie it up or beat us or anything like that. And I kind of felt like, again, I think some of the players, they were sort of aware of that. And that's why it was so, like, it wasn't dynamic. It was, they were quite a bit too reserved. It wasn't attacking enough at times. Then I think when we got later on into the later stages, I think with the substitutions, with the sort of different types of characteristics of the players, the energy that they bring, like Diallo and Mount, etc., and the fact that we were very close, there was only 20 minutes left in the match. I think the team got the good spike of the energy and from the subs, but also I think they just felt a little bit more comfortable because they were like, we're almost there. And I think they kind of just felt a bit more free personally. I think they felt a little bit less scared. So, and that allowed us to go with confidence. And that's how we ended up scoring, 3 or 4 goals in the last 20 minutes of the match, and winning 4-1. Lyle says Amorim has managed the team well, especially with the returning players. Delap was the only bad setback. Yeah, and I mean, listen, it's part of the game. You're gonna have setbacks. It's part of football. You're gonna have setbacks. You can't get everything perfect. I'm sure whatever they're doing in terms of medical, I think they're closely following very, very good plans. I don't think he's taking massive unnecessary risks. Again, I not to try and like knock Ten Hag, but I think at times it seemed very forced by Ten Hag at times with players. He played them a lot. It wasn't there wasn't a lot of rotation at times. Understandably, I think because the squad depth wasn't great and he was trying to get results. So I can't blame him too much. But I think Ruben is willing to take the personal hit and lose because I think he understands it's better to have the players available and not sustain these sort of long-term injuries and kind of destroy them and take these risks. So, he says, Lyle says he's got one eye on the EFL Championship playoff games, Coventry 0 and Sunderland 0. Well, keep us updated because we'd like to know who's gonna be coming up. So, but Ruben also was asked about the preseason. Now, I wasn't necessarily aware that we were doing this. I know we're going to America and we're going to the United States. But we're playing 2 matches in Asia, May 28th and May 30th. So, I mean, the season's going to end and we're going to Asia. I don't necessarily like this. He's had sort of a different aspect and outlook on this. He's the manager, and he's got to, I guess, kind of keep it a bit PR. I kind of feel like, as direct as he usually is, I kind of feel like if you gave him the freedom of will to pick and choose, I feel like he wouldn't necessarily maybe do this sort of thing. But he said that he was consulted on preseason and that he spoke about it already. And he said, we cannot say anything after the season, so we need to help the club because the club wins some money. We're going to connect with our fans around the world, and that is important. And I think he generally means that. I think people will look at that and say it's bullshit. It's about money. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I don't think it comes from his standpoint. I think that comes from obviously the Glazers and the higher ups and whatnot. But he goes on to say, especially when we lose and we disappoint our supporters during this tough season, so I think it's the least we can do. And we're going to take all the team, the young kids also. We'll have all the staff there, We have a lot of changes in the staff, so we're trying to build something as a family. I think it's also a good thing. I like that last bit very, very much. Where, I think one of the things that's kind of been overlooked is not only, did he come in, but we did, he bring in like 4 or 5 different staff members. So there was a lot of changes that went on in the background. And I think in terms of building chemistry and cohesion and understanding, to change not just the manager, but that backroom staff in the middle of a season, and the changes that we made, that cohesion takes quite a bit of time. And I think we're still in the process of, like he said, trying to build something as a family. And I like that he said that because, family is a strong bond. It's something, it's more than just, yeah, we work at the same football club, or, we're teammates or something. And I like that sort of mentality. I like that sort of attitude from the manager. And I think, if we can get there, if he can create that sort of atmosphere, I think that's going to do wonders for us on the pitch, because it creates a much stronger bond between the players. I think in the past, especially when we've talked about Manchester United, where there seems to be this sort of disconnect between the players and the fans, the players and their teammates and stuff like that. I feel like back in the day, while maybe some players did, maybe they didn't get on that well with each other, there was still this sort of mutual respect, right? Like, sometimes there's people in people's families, they argue, they fight, they don't necessarily get on, but at the end of the day, still family, and sometimes people go out of their way to look after their families and stuff like that. So, I kind of like that from Ruben. I like that the mentioning of that. So, Lyle says, I will never understand Eric Ten Hag's decisions surrounding Ahmad. That was so weird. I think he's just it's just that because I think it's just because he's very, very stubborn. I think it's just because he's very stubborn, and he was intent on playing Anthony. And you could kind of see that with his team selections. I mean, I don't think it's like far-fetched to say that. I think, with the constant playing of Marcus Rashford, and Marcus Rashford isn't helping him out, and not doing a good job on the pitch, and constantly picking him and constantly playing him, and not really dropping him, and like the refusal to drop some players when they're not doing it, when you have the opportunity to do it. I think it's because he was just very set in his ways, and he did what he believed, and that's why. Richard says, evening, all sitting in Ryle in North Wales, Premier Inn tomorrow, and Old Trafford Sunday. Well, that's good. I hope I mean, I don't know anything about it, but I hope it's a good stay there. Sounds nice. I don't have a clue, but good to hear from you, Richard. And enjoy the match on Sunday. Hopefully we give you 3 points. Hopefully we make it some form of entertaining. So Lyle says, yeah, we're immediately going on tour. This sounds more like funding the project than prep. Is this the first time we've done something like this? I believe so, in this sort of manner, in this sort of, I guess, the way it's lined up, because I think, we're going here. We're also playing 1 or 2 matches somewhere else in Europe. And then we're also going to America. So, again, personally, I don't really like this. I think it's too much jumping around, flying around. Although, I will say, I mean, if you're going to do it, I guess this is probably the summit to sort of do it, because there's no sort of internationals. We're not in the Club World Cup or anything like that. So I guess the schedule is really open, where I guess in other times, like example for next season, you can't do this because there's internationals and players are going to be going away and stuff, and it doesn't really work too well. And they're going to be playing extra football. But, I don't know. I don't necessarily like this sort of thing. I mean, listen, I'm a foreign fan. Like some other people, we don't live in the UK. We don't have the opportunity to see Manchester United on a week-and-week basis. I understand, and I think it's a good thing that United go to other places, and because there's fans all over the world, and there's many people that, they can't take a trip to Manchester, but they can go, to MetLife Stadium or something in New York or whatever. So I understand that, and that's a good aspect, and I think they should do that sort of thing. I just feel like the schedule of it is it's a bit messy for me. It feels a bit over the top. It feels a bit too much. It feels like we're flying all over around the world trying to get matches in and get revenue and get money. I don't really like that so much. So, Richard says he came back because you are my family. Well, we love you, Richard, and we're happy that you're back. So it's good to have you back, buddy. Grace says Ahmad has picked up some injuries lately. We can't rely on him to play every game. No, well, you're right, and that's why we need to rotate. And Amorim has made the sort of the quotes that he's made about making sure that we protect the players and we rest the players. I mean, he said this. At the bottom here. He said, I have to make a choice. What is best for the club, not as what is best for me. I make a choice in this moment. I'm going to save and try to save all the players because it's really important for us to win the final. And he's literally telling you there, like, we might lose some of these games in the Prem. We're gonna obviously try and win whatever we got left. We're gonna try and do our best. It might not be good enough, and we might lose. That decision is not necessarily in his favor, obviously, because it hasn't gone particularly well in the Prem for him. We're in 14th or 15th. And obviously for him, the better case would be to go get 3 points in every single one of the last matches. But he's willing to take that sort of risk and a hit on him to make sure that players like Ahmad, and that we don't rely on him in every single game, and maybe he does get re-injured, so that he's available for the final, because the final is the biggest prize that we've got and the biggest thing that we've got for the rest of this season. So, I agree. We can't rely on him to play every game. We can't rely on individuals. We got to build out the squad. So yeah, some family love going on in the chat. I like it. But yeah, just a little bit of tidbits, I guess, left over for Ruben here. And one around Manchester United. But Ruben Amorim becomes the second youngest manager to ever reach a European final, which is quite interesting. Again, we all know he's a young guy, and he's a young manager. Not a ton of experience, some experience, but not a lot compared to some others out there. So it's a big night for him. I think this is his first European final as a manager. I don't think he made it to one as of yet. I think he was in one European final as a player. I think he said that, and I think he said that he lost it or something like that as a player. So this is a big one for him as well, on a personal type of thing. But obviously he's looking more so at the aspect of the club. And what it means to the club and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, but also something that I thought was quite funny. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I think at halftime yesterday, something was broken in the dressing room, clearly, because if you look at the picture all the way to the left, that's Ruben's hand. That's Ruben's hand before the match. Then he had a bandage on it. At some point, I think when he came out at halftime, he had a bandage on it. And then the image on the right, if you could see his hand there and you look at his knuckle, it's clearly messed up. So I think he went in there and broke some TVs again because, yeah, I mean, I don't know how he sustained that. So I think at halftime, he went in there and smashed up some TVs or something. Somebody checked the TVs in the dressing room because I don't think Sir Jim's gonna like this. I don't think Sir Jim's gonna like this very much. I mean, we're wasting a lot of we're wasting a lot of money on TVs in the dressing room because I think he's smashing up TVs every single match here, which is absolutely hilarious. I mean, I caught this. I know the Sun put it out, and I thought maybe it was some type of bullshit, but I mean, his hand wasn't like that. I went back and looked at pictures when he was walking in, sort of to the tunnel before the match, and his hand was not injured. And then obviously you could clearly see that in the press conference that he clearly punched something. He clearly damaged something in the dressing room at halftime. So I like it. Ruben, he keeps it calm, cool, and collected in the press conferences, but he's got that fire in him. So don't let that kind of take you back there. But I think Sir Jim's probably losing his mind. Grace is no wonder why we got to go to Hong Kong. We got no TVs left there. We got to raise money. We're gonna have to do more cuts apparently. No, none of that. Please. The cuts is enough. But yeah, I thought it was quite funny. Lions is here as well. I didn't see Lions. Lions, how you doing? How's everything going? Lyle says he saw this, asked in the Discord after at halftime. Amorim looks like he smashed a telly or two at halftime. So, yeah, on cue. Listen, there was a report earlier that he did it. So, but another thing, United have reached 5 cup finals in the last 5 seasons. Don't worry about the picture. Twitter was glitching out or something. But, this, I just want to say my 2 cents on this is that, listen, I know we're not in a good period. It's been a rough sort of 13 years, post Fergie era. It's been really rough. It's been hard, especially for the people that were raised and grew up on Fergie football and Fergie success and Fergie era. This period has been really tough. I'm one of them. That's all I knew. So I get it. But I kind of want to just, obviously we need to improve. The standards need to still be high. And I'm not saying, this is any sort of, I guess, a consolation, but don't let rivals and other, fans of other teams drag us down to the absolute depths, like we belong in the championship or something. I mean, this is our worst period that we've been in, for a long time, and we're still managing to get to cup finals and win trophies, and that's better than a lot of teams out there. Their best period is winning 1 or 2 trophies in their best period, if they even win trophies. Some of their best periods is, like Arsenal, they're in their best period. They don't have a trophy to show for it. So don't let them bring you down that much. Obviously, we got to do better, and we got to, we want to get back to where we need to be and where we want to be. But at the same time, with a little bit of a silver lining, I mean, our worst period, we're still winning trophies. We're still getting to finals. Even in the context of this season, we've been absolutely dreadful in the Premier League. We're in a place that I don't think any of us imagined that we could actually go to, especially even off of last season, because last season for us, 8th place was unacceptable and it was awful, right? And now we've basically doubled that, and we're about 8 places lower, around there. But we're in the European Cup final. We have the chance to win a European trophy and get some silverware into the club, and that's better than 75% of the teams, at the very least, if not a higher percentage than that. So, how many finals has Arsenal been in? I don't think any. Besides the whatever he won, whatever Arteta won in his first season, which I don't even remember. Was it the Carabao? Did they win that? Or was it the Community Shield? I don't even remember, to be quite honest. But close to 0, maybe 1. I think. Grace. Arsenal have the most hurt fans. Arsenal have to watch us and Tottenham play. I think they'll be supporting us, even though I don't think they really like us, but they hate Tottenham the most. So, even the Chelsea fans I've seen, they're supporting us. They don't want Tottenham to win. So, you know, anybody that's associated with London, they're all against Tottenham here. They're all against Spurs. And they're all in on us, which they won the FA Cup. They won the Disneyland Cup. We can't say that because we wanted to. But they won the FA Cup, yeah. But I mean, you know, Chelsea's in the European final. Man United and Tottenham are in the European final. Arsenal are in no finals, and they got to watch everybody else play. So, Richard says, glad Leeds are back. At least that's 6 points guaranteed. Well, I know many of you are excited for that because I get, you know, the rivalry around that and stuff like that. But, you know, I kind of wish it was somebody else, to be quite honest. I kind of wish it was somebody else. I'm tired of seeing the same teams come up and down. I don't want to see Leeds. I don't want to see Burnley. They've had their chances. They've had their, especially Burnley. Let's just put it that way. I mean, Leeds had one shot. They went up, they went down. But Burnley, I'm tired of Burnley. I mean, they go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. Like it's boring and it's annoying. Like, I want to see some new competition. I want to see some new faces in the Prem. I want to see some of these teams maybe get an opportunity. And we got to fix relegation in the Prem because they don't do well. None of these teams, all the teams that come up, they don't stay up. Basically any of them. You know, the last time I think was, you know, a couple of the ones that are in here, like you know, Brentford did quite well to stay in. And they've sustained themselves quite well. And I would like to see more teams like that. And a little bit more emphasis like that. Happening in the Premier League. So I don't know what they got to do about it to really fix it, but they got to do something because, you know, in my opinion, at the current moment, relegation is broken and it's kind of very just, it's dull. Ray says, let's all clap for Arsenal for participating. They tried at least. Well, you know, a couple of my friends are Arsenal fans. And, you know, even... Listen, he's an older generation Arsenal fan, so I think he's a little bit more, you know, he's seen them actually win the league and stuff like that. He's a little bit more level-headed than I think some of their fan base, you know, is. And, you know, even he said to me the other day, he said, you know, we need a striker. He said, you know, it's disappointing. He said we won the beat Real Madrid trophy. You know, he said we beat the Real Madrid trophy, which was funny because that's what they were being made fun of for. And he's obviously said in a sarcastic way, like, yeah, like that doesn't mean shit. You know, he wants more. So why are you friends with Arsenal fans? Get out of here. I'm friends with lots of people that are different fans. It makes for a good time, Grace. I don't know. I like it. Maybe some people don't like it. I like it. I like it. It makes for a good time, you know. I got friends that are Liverpool fans, Arsenal fans, Chelsea fans, some are Spurs fans. And then there's others that are outside the Premier League, you know. I have a lot of friends that they all support clubs. I can't hate them personally for the club that they support. Makes a good time though. Makes a good interesting time though. I think if we had them on the show one time, it would really be a good show. A lot of arguing to be going on for sure. Axes that came like a wrecking ball. It's pretty Miley Cyrus. Hold on, I missed something here. Elias says Burnley are the ultimate yo-yo club. They are the new Norwich. Cunha going to Arsenal. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he is, Rajat. I don't think he is. I seen that, but I don't think he is. I think that's a load of fluff. But how you doing, Rajat? Yeah, so back to what I was saying though, back to the show. We actually have an update on Cunha. It's a small one, but still an update. But before we get to that, just on Maz, Samuel Lucker is saying that Maz is set to be rested again this weekend in the Premier League home against West Ham. Again, like I was saying before, you know, we're going to have to rest some of these players, especially somebody like Maz. We shouldn't be risking Maz. We have some other players to play. They could use some minutes. We can change it around a little bit. Maz has played a lot. He's been very important to us. He's been very consistent. First year at Manchester United, he's been one of the best performing players, most consistent performing players at Manchester United. Absolute steal for the price that we got him for. We need him in that final. There's no reason to risk him at the match on Sunday. There's absolutely no reason for it. So players like this, I think there's going to be a couple of them. Ruben already mentioned Maguire, so I don't expect Maz to be in the lineup. Don't expect Maguire to be in there. I think Bruno will be in it by what he said and his indications. And then I think we kind of got to see how the rest kind of shapes up. I think maybe, I think Lindelof will have to be there. I don't know how he's going to sort out the wing backs, basically, because if Maz isn't going to play, we're going to have to do something. Maybe Dorgu goes on the right again, which, he's obviously better on the left, but at the options we have, really, it's him, unless you pull up a kid, but, and then maybe on the left, Luke Shaw or Amos or something like that. So, Steph's here as well. Everybody's here today. Everybody is here. How you guys doing? How's everybody doing? How you doing, Steph? Steph says, big up Eric. Big up yourself, Steph. Richard says, please not Samuel Luckhurst. That is like picking up a 60 Superman comic thinking it's a news. Listen, I just, they put out the news. I just put it out. I try not to have a bias. I understand, Richard. I know. He's not the most cheerful person, right? All right. Calm down, guys. Stop fighting in the chat between each other. Relax. Calm down. Calm it down a little bit. Steph says 15 watching, only 8 likes. Yes, can we get the likes up, please? Can we get the likes up, please? It's important for the channel. Support us. Help us out. YouTube, they want us to get the likes. We need your help. So smash the like button. Also, we're trying to get to 3,000 subscribers, so help us out in that way as well. Subscribe. Get involved in the chat, by the way. Everybody has a say. Just because you're new, you won't be ignored. And don't be afraid. This is a place where people can come and have opinions. Just keep it nice. Lyle says, 2 of my closest friends are Liverpool fans. My uncle is an Arsenal fan. My mom is a Chelsea fan. See, how does this happen in the fed? See, the family thing I don't get. The friends thing, I mean, there's nothing you could do about it. You know what I mean? It's the friends, the people you meet in life. The family thing, though, I don't know how this happens in the families. Like, again, like for me, my family, it's all going to be Manchester United. My wife, when I find one and get one, there's no way. Like, if she's Liverpool, like, we're getting a divorce. I mean, we're not even getting married. So we can't get a divorce because we're not getting married. But, like, it's just not happening. If my sons or daughters try to support any other team other than Manchester United, I will literally kick them out of the house. They will not live under my roof. It's not happening. They will. I don't care. Go live with a Chelsea fan. Go live with a Liverpool fan. Go live with an Arsenal fan. You're not living with me. It's not happening. They don't have a choice. They have the freedom to do whatever they want in life. That's the only thing that they will never have a choice in. And that's it. Grace says, if Arsenal comes in, can I bully them, Eric? I mean, depends what they're saying, Grace. Depends what they're saying. I mean, if they're throwing it at us, then yeah, we could throw it back at them a little bit. Why not? But let's see how it goes at first in the beginning. Let's see how it goes in the beginning. They haven't come yet, but I assume that one day they will come. So, they will come. They will. Well, wow. That might be a clip. If I was big enough, I should watch what I say sometimes. But we did have a small update. Kind of came out of the blue. I don't know much about this player. I actually kind of messed up because I wanted to pull up his player profile here, but I didn't do so. So if you give me the opportunity to do so, I will. But there's this story coming from Sky Sports Lyle. So Lyle, I didn't know you were working for Sky Sports now, but um, yeah, I don't know if it's Lyle. Lyle? Sky Sports Lyle. Lyle's a man of many jobs. He does things for the channel. He works for Sky Sports. he does it all, Lyle, apparently. He's doing it all. But we got this update saying that Manchester United and Chelsea are closely tracking Juan Hernandez Torres, who is 17, and are considering paying his $5 million clause. Now, I wanted to bring this up because obviously there's been stories about Mastentuano, sorry, about Mastentuano, and Mastentuano has a $35 million buyout clause, and Manchester United have been heavily linked among some other bigger clubs if they should trigger that clause. And I've been saying that, I don't know how I necessarily feel about that because he's 35 million and he's 17, 8, whatever, playing in Argentina league. And it's quite a lot of money. And if he's not, if it's not somebody that can be involved in the first team and you're spending 35 million to go into the reserves, I feel like we don't really have the money for that at this moment in time to sort of be doing that things. But something like this, where he is obviously plays for Barca, in the reserves, there's a 5 million release clause. I think deals like this, we should absolutely be doing. We should absolutely be looking to do these sorts of things. These are good things to be doing for Manchester United. 5 million, very low risk, 17-year-old. I don't know how good he is, but at this point, it doesn't even really matter. It's 5 million. You bring him into the academy, maybe he becomes a very good player. I mean, we got Aiden Heaven for free. And he looks like he was an absolute steal. So, Grace says Eric has a secret wife and kids, but kicked him out because they support son throw. Boy. You never know. You never know. She might be right. She might be right. I might have kicked them all out. I mean, you can't support any other club. If it's not Manchester United, get out of my house. Get out of my house. Yeah, Richard's going to be at the match on Sunday, so I'll have a first-hand experience there. We'll be watching on the telly. Steph will be at the pub, I think. I'm just assuming. I don't know if she'll be at the pub, but she goes to the pub quite often. The chat disconnected. And the chat reconnected. Okay. Lions is 35 million is a park in 2 years is going to be done. But well, listen, I mean, I'm not trying to like discredit you, Lions. That's you keep saying this, and I hope you're right. If we pulled the trigger, I just can't say if I feel that way or not. I haven't watched the kid at all, and I'm going to be quite honest. I'm not going to watch any Argentinian league matches. I'm just not going to do it. So, you believe that? I'll take your word for it if we do it. I don't know still, but I'm all for these types of deals. We should be doing more of these for sure, and I think we could do them from South America as well. Why not? They're there to be done, so we should be doing things like this for sure. And again, obviously, just putting more focus, on the youth out there that. We're still looking to do this sort of thing, strengthen the youth teams, and we have this strong focus on the youth coming up. So yeah. What if they support Borussia Dortmund, Eric? Then it's okay. No, absolutely not. Especially them. I dislike them very much so. I don't like the way I don't like the way they do business. I don't like the way our sort of relationship goes between Manchester United and Borussia Dortmund. They've rightfully pissed me off with any sort of business that we've had to do with them. They've pissed me off. I'm mad at our own club because obviously we had idiots and we did the Sancho deal. I can't be mad at them for that, but just the way they go about things, and especially the way they kind of handled the Sancho thing when they got him back on loan. Yeah, very much disliked them. So no. Grace says we're all alcoholics after the season we had. That's fine. I don't judge. You want to drink? Go ahead. I don't care. It doesn't impact me. It's your life. You do what you want with it. You do what you want with it. Just don't do illegal things. But being an alcoholic's not illegal. It's just frowned upon, I guess. X says probably he will be worth double soon enough. Yet he needs to be nurtured. I dislike the way Amorim is bringing up the youth. Well, see, I actually don't have a problem with what Amorim is doing with the youth. I actually think that there's a process going on, slow but steady. I think next year we're going to see an increase. Next season we're going to see an increase in youth being brought through and being used. So yeah, I don't have a problem with what Ruben's doing with the youth, and I think the club is actually doing a good job as well in terms of scouting and recruiting and bringing in these players into the youth. So I think actually it's heading in a positive direction. He says he doesn't drink alcohol, and Rashad says got drug free band promo. Well, yes, we promote drug free zones, of course. Ray says, if you had a son or daughter, if it wasn't United, which club would you want them to play for, knowing how they are run? Good question. I'd probably say, to be quite honest, I'd probably say start off at Brighton. Because I think you can get good opportunities at Brighton. I think Brighton is a well-run club. And I think you could get some opportunities there, and start off at Brighton, and you know, and then try and climb the ladder from there. Probably Brighton. I like what Brighton do as a football club. I respect them in what they do. You know, they're not the biggest football club, but I feel like a lot of the things that they do there are quite proper. And I wish our club did some of those things in the past. I feel like maybe we're kind of sort of heading there, but obviously we're not there yet. But I feel like even some of the things that they do, I feel like we did do it at once upon a time. We strayed away from it. And you know, we got to get back to sort of doing that. So yeah, maybe Brighton. Trying to think maybe another one. Maybe even a Villa, but I feel like Brighton would probably be the best choice. Definitely not Chelsea, because they have 18,000 kids and you're never going to play. And they'll just send you out alone. So that's definitely a no-no. Brentford and Bournemouth, too, seem to be good with their younger talents, so the academies get a shout. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, like, Brentford was kind of in my mind a little bit, too. Guys, Grace is not gotta be United or take up ballet. Well, listen, when you get into the business, it's a different thing. It's one thing to be a fan. That's like a personal choice. But when you become a player, sometimes, you know, you got to take the opportunity that is presented for you. So, you know, if Manchester United isn't in the, you know, if it's not in the picture and Brighton is, then obviously, you know, go and take the opportunity. And obviously that's what happens a lot. I mean, there's tons of people that are United fans, that they grow up, they play football professionally, they end up at, you know, Chelsea or something because the opportunity to join Manchester United wasn't there. I mean, you got to do what you got to do at that point. When you're in the game, it's a little bit different. When you're a fan, it's a personal choice. You could literally pick, you know, anybody and whoever. So, is Beckham's son still at Brentford? I actually don't know. Well, I didn't even know he was at Brentford. I didn't even know. Steph says the Europa campaign has been very interesting in my local pub. Always United on big screen and Spurs on smaller screen. Could be interesting for final banter. Might just reach new levels on the 21st of May. Yeah, I mean, well, I guess they're gonna have to put them on the big screen now because they're playing us, right? So they're gonna have to get on the big screen this time. You know, if there's any Spurs fans, if Spurs fans get in there, Steph, let them know they're only on the big screen because of us, you know. So let them know. I want to pull up. Keep chatting. I want to pull up this guy's I want to pull up this guy's I want to pull up his player profile because I don't know nothing about him. Juan Hernandez Torres, but I want to see kind of what he's about. So Juan Hernandez Torres. Let me see. What is he? 17. He's an attacking midfielder, generally. He can also play central mid and left wing. It says his current market value is 50K, 50,000 euros, but obviously is the 5 million buyout. He's playing for Barcelona under 19s. So, yeah, and he's played 18 matches this season. He's got 2 goals. So very young, very raw player. Obviously, you know, not at this current moment. I mean, he's not Lamine Yamal, obviously. So, but I mean, for 5 million, bring him into the youth setup. Could become a very good player. I mean, we did something similar, sort of, with Garnacho. I think he was a bit younger, but you know, we got him from Madrid. And there was a couple other players as well. So, yeah, I mean, kind of interesting. Flash Gordon says Beckham's kid retired. Yeah, I kind of felt like he did. The oldest one, right? I forget his name. What's his name? The oldest one. I forget his kids' names. Gray says, if we lose the final, can I trust one of you to fill out a missing persons report? I'm going to be missing for at least 6 months. I got you, Grace. You know, if we lose the final, I might have to just shut down the channel. I don't know how I'm going to be able to continue to do this. Lyle says, I say do it. I mean, we got Garnacho from Atletico. Oh, it was from Atletico. Who did we get from Madrid? Who was at Madrid? There's a kid at Madrid that we took. Not Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid. There was a kid at Real Madrid. Brooklyn. No, not Victoria. That's his wife. Yeah, there's Romeo. There's Brooklyn. I forget which one is the eldest one. Rajat says we will run out with the Tottenham kid when Tottenham first win. Cristiano Jr. got his first Portugal call up. It's about time. I mean he's one that I mean, for his age. Now listen, I don't think Cristiano Jr. is gonna be like his papa, right? I don't think he's gonna reach the levels of his papa. But the things that Cristiano Jr. is doing for kids his age, I mean, his goal scoring record is quite unbelievable. And I think he could still be a good player. I don't think he'll be like Cristiano. It's very rare that. Actually, I don't even know if it's. I don't even know if it really has happened, or if it does happen, where there was a father that was exceptional, that their kid went on to be just as good or better than them. I think the thing of that happening is like 0.001% chance. I'm sure there's somebody there, but it was Alvaro Fernandez that we got from Real. All right, that's who it was. See, I knew that. Sometimes I mix things up, but I I'm not off that. Oh, it was Romeo Beckham who was at Brentford. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Beckham's kids live a very posh life, you know. Um, and I mean, to follow in that shadow as well. I mean, Cristiano Jr.'s got to follow in his father's shadow as well. I kind of want to see these kids sort of come about. I mean, Kai Rooney is also in the United Academy. He's actually doing quite well for his age. I think he's playing with the under 15s or something like that at the current moment. But for his age group, he seems to be doing quite well. And then we have the Fletcher kids as well. So there's a couple kids in there. I would like the Fletcher twins, like Lyle says. Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting. You know, we might end up in a future where there's like Cristiano Jr. versus Kai Rooney versus, you know, there's the Fletcher twins and there's a couple other kids out there. I'm pretty sure who else has kids that are out there that are playing? There's a couple other players. Um Not Veron. Marcelo. Remember the left back Marcelo from that played in Madrid? I'm pretty sure his son is somewhere in and around there as well, playing some type of in the youth academy. I don't know if he's at Real Madrid or not. I think he's out there as well. Um, Step says Romeo and Juliet, Bravo, Foxtrot, Tango, and Cash. I don't think they're twins. Yeah, they might not necessarily be twins, brothers. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're. Oh, they are actually legitimate twins. Wes Brown. What? I don't know what's going on anymore. Thuram. Yeah, Thuram. Well, there's always the case for where there's a player that's average and then their son is actually good. But when there's like a superstar, so like in the case of like Cristiano, for example, superstar, like I don't think his son is going to be Cristiano. Like he might still be good, but I don't think he's going to ever be like that high. But then you have the cases where there was like maybe an average player and then they have a son that comes through and is actually quite good. That actually tends to happen more than the other way around. They are twins. They are twins. Eddie Nketiah deal for Jaden. I mean, if we're playing Football Manager and we're forcing transfers through, but yeah, I mean, I don't, you know. Sometimes you say things and I just don't know how to respond to them. I'm gonna be quite honest. Be quite honest. Sometimes you say things I just don't. Jack and Fletcher. Jack showing more promise. I'll take your word on it because I don't know. I don't know the extent of the youth as much. Like I don't watch them too much. I know some of the names, but Jack and Tyler. Yeah, that's what he meant. I knew what he meant. But yeah, I didn't know. Jack and Tyler, yeah. I mean, when I play Football Manager, I bring them up and turn them into gods, and have them both in the midfield. So maybe we could do it in real life. Jack from the Titanic movie. All right. Keep going, guys, in the chat. But we have an update on Rashford. So we've talked about this quite a couple times. Again, I still think that Barcelona is a prime destination for Marcus Rashford. Fabrizio giving us this update, so it might make Richard a bit happier because it's not Samuel Luckhurst and everybody else as well. But Fabrizio saying internally, Barcelona are still considering Marcus Rashford as an option for this summer. They believe he could be a good solution as he can play as a number 9 and the wing, which is interesting because I don't know, 90% of the Manchester United fan base say Marcus Rashford cannot play as a number 9 and isn't a number 9 and is a winger. But apparently Barcelona think that, he can play as a number 9 and obviously he can play the wing. So it's, again, I still think that this is a prime destination for Marcus Rashford to go to, especially with what's going on at Villa. I do believe that if Villa doesn't get in the Champions League, which they kind of look like they might not do so, at the current moment. I mean, there's still 3 matches left and anything can happen really. But let me just look at the table real quick while I'm talking about this so I could get the full picture. So Villa are in 7th. They're on 60 points. They are 3 points off of Chelsea and Newcastle, who are in 5th and 4th, and they're 4 points off of Manchester City. So they can still make it there, depending on how the last remaining 3 matches go. They have to play Their last three remaining matches, they got to play Bournemouth. They're away. They got to play Tottenham. They're going to be home, and then they have to play us, and they're going to be away. So, I mean, if you want Rashford to go to Villa and get the money, maybe we should just tank the last game and maybe help them out. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. Lila says Coventry 0, Sunderland 1. So that's shaping up there. Thank you for keeping us updated. But yeah, in all seriousness, though, I think Marcus Rashford, I think he still wants to go to Barcelona. I think it's going to be even more so if Villa don't get in the Champions League, because I think Rashford wants to play Champions League. And, Barca are considered just, a top team in the world. I mean, they were in the semifinals for the Champions League. They play quite good football. They're going to be competing for La Liga. They'll be in the Champions League for sure. And I think it's, something not only for the football, but for the brand and his image and stuff like that. It's considered another top club. You go from United to a team like Barcelona or Real Madrid. It's viewed, on the same level, or, some might put them higher or whatever, but depends who you are. But yeah, I think this is one that let's see how the season ends first, and let's see where Villa gets, because I think he might be willing to stay at Villa if they get Champions League. I think he's enjoyed his time at Villa. I think he was a bit reluctant in the beginning to kind of go there. He was really holding out. That's why it took so long to do the loan to Villa, because he was holding out for Barca, because he really wanted to go there. But obviously they couldn't figure out the money, and they just couldn't make a move. I think obviously in the summer, Barcelona, they're always pulling levers, and doing all types of weird financial things to be able to make moves in the financial market. They'll probably do it again, although they've done quite well this season, so they're going to get an influx of money. So they should have the money to sort of do this deal as well. Obviously from a United standpoint, we just want the best deal possible at this point. So whoever gives us, I guess, the most money and the best money, and the best deal, take that. I'm not too fussed if he stays at Villa, or if he goes to Barcelona. It really isn't that much of a problem to me. But it could be one that maybe gets dragged out a little bit, because obviously he already has the set fee at Villa for 40 million. That one's a little bit more straightforward in terms of, if that's what he wants to do and that's what Villa wants, then it's already there. It's already negotiated. All they have to do is just accept it and pay it. But if it doesn't go that way, then it's going to turn into kind of, I guess, like a period where we're going to have to wait some time, because there's going to have to be negotiations between him and Barca. Barca are going to have to then negotiate with us as well. So it could take longer for Rashford to get out of the club and be sold if it ends up going in the Barcelona direction, compared to if it goes to the Aston Villa direction. So Lyle says Coventry have equalized. It's 1-1 now. I mean, it's crazy. Steph says 11 likes and 15 watching. I see 18 watching. We should get more likes. Please smash the like button. It helps the channel. And we appreciate it. And it takes 2 seconds. So smash that like button for us, so we can continue to make wonderful content. But we did have a small update on Cunha as well. And before I get to that, though, Steph says it would be hilarious if Arsenal miss out on the top 5, but they have Southampton in the last fixture, so should be okay. I think that's one of the only things that might save them. You are right. That would be actually quite funny. Because I find irony quite funny. I mean, Arsenal haven't been in a good run of form. In the past 5 matches, they've only won 1 game, which was against Ipswich, who obviously are relegated. They drew against Crystal Palace. They lost to PSG, lost to Bournemouth, and they lost to PSG again. And they have to play Liverpool, and Liverpool is going to be home. They then have to play Newcastle. They'll be home for that match, and Newcastle will be away. And then the last match of the season, they're playing Southampton, and Arsenal will be away. Now, Southampton can do, depending on how those 2 matches go. If Liverpool lose, if Arsenal lose the match against Liverpool and Newcastle, Southampton have a chance to do something absolutely hilarious. I mean, and I guess it depends also on, you know, the other results around them. But technically, you know, they could still fall out. So it depends how it goes. But apparently, Son has never won at Coventry for 18 years. The Coventry curse, it's called. Well, we'll see. I mean, at some point, the curse does have to get broken, but it depends at what point, you know? Um, depends at what point. Do you want Marcelo as our main attacking left back? No, Marcelo is retired. Why would I want Marcelo? Steph says it's a shame for us. They're falling off the pace. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm going to be quite honest. I kind of expected that to happen. I think it took longer than I thought it was going to happen. I thought somewhere around February they'd probably start falling off. They didn't until recently, in the past, like, you know, month or two. But I always kind of sort of expected that. You know, it's amazing what they did, and it's amazing what they done from, you know, where they were to what they did this season. But I just always kind of felt like there's no way that they'll be able to sustain that for the amount of time that they did, and they did. But you know, they're falling off slightly at the end here. But I mean, they're still in it. They're still in it. You know, they're still in it. They're on 61 points, sixth place. The 2 points off of Chelsea and Newcastle, and the 3 points off of City, and the 6 points off Arsenal. So. There's 3 matches left, and anything can happen. Anything can happen. So, we'll see. They seem to have run out of gas. Yeah, I kind of expected that to happen at some point. I honestly, I didn't think that they would continue for as long as they did. I thought that, you know, at some point after January, they'd probably start running into a bit of bad form and start to fall off a little bit. They sustained it longer than that. But now it seems like that sort of initial part where I felt like that they were going to fall off is happening now. So, yeah, but here's the Cunha update. Small update, Muppeteers. We love Muppeteers. Credible Muppeteers. We listen to Muppeteers. So Muppeteers just, you know, chimed in just a little bit saying Cunha is prioritizing a move to Manchester United. He's already told the club he wants to join. That's why I don't buy the Arsenal nonsense. I think at this point in time, we are in lead pole position. I think for Cunha, Arsenal may very well be interested, but I think Cunha wants to come to Manchester United, and Manchester United have made Cunha the #1 transfer target, and he's going to be the first signing. Unless something changes from now to then, where it's reported by big top tier sources that something has broken down, you know, or whatever, or the deal is really looking in trouble, I don't think he's going to go to Arsenal. I think he's coming to us. So that's why, you know, I think Rajat mentioned earlier in the show that Cunha is going to go to Arsenal. I think that's a bunch of nonsense. I don't think so. I think there's always a possibility it could happen, but for it to happen, it has to break down with us, and I don't think we're there. So don't trust the Muppeteers, Eric. They are American. That's why I trust the Muppeteers. Come on. We don't have too many people in the skin in this game. There's not too many of us. It's him, it's the Muppeteers, it's them, and it's me. It's me. No, I think there's a couple other ones. There's a guy named Johnny Good Vibes out there. I like him as well. He's good. There's not a lot of us though. And you know what? The Americans get a bad rep. I understand why though. I understand why, but the Americans get a bad rep. There's some of us here and there. We love our football. We follow it, and we respect the English culture. We respect the British culture. But we get a bad rep sometimes. We get a bad reps. Goldbridge is there too. Need some aloe vera for that burn. I got some upstairs. Works wonders. Because they call it soccer. Nah, maybe. I don't know if it's because they call it soccer. I think it's because it's the sport isn't necessarily taken serious here. as other sports. Like obviously here they push the NFL and they push the NBA much higher. And I've experienced that throughout my life. Going to school here, you would even have teachers, that they talk crap about football. Like they make it. Listen, when I was growing up, right, and I was in school, I had to deal with people because football is American football is it's the most manliest sport. So if you play football, you're the most manliest person. And they would call us, the people that played football, they would call us foot fairies. Like this is the culture in America because football is held to sort of a lower standard. That's why also the MLS is shit. But there are people out there that they love the game, they play the game. We watch football every single day and every chance that we get. We follow it closely. There's not a lot of us, but we're out there. We're out there. Football from America is a lot more like egg ball. ESPN FC, before they got some British pundits, also played a part in that. They still suck, but don't get me started on ESPN FC. I cannot stand, even with the British pundits, I can't stand them. Can't stand them, won't watch them, won't listen to them. That's why I had to get the dodgy box, because I'd rather put on Sky Sports or MUTV. I got those channels from the dodgy box. I mean, I won't. I literally don't. I won't listen to them. Every opinion they give is horrible. I can literally do a better job, and I'll do it for free. They don't even have to pay me. Bring me on ESPN FC, and I'll sit down every single one of them because they're absolutely horrible. They're horrible. Their opinions suck, and it's a bunch of nonsense. Don't get me started on ESPN FC. My friend likes to troll me, and he sends me clips of these guys. And he's like, you got to listen to this guy. And I'm like, dude, stop sending me clips of these people. I was like, they're so bad at their job. They're so bad at their job. NBC makes it a little bit respectful. Little bit. Robbie Earl and stuff like that. But, like, still not great. But it's a little bit respectful. So, yeah, ESPN FC absolutely just garbage. It's trash. It's trash. I don't watch it. And I think it gives. I think you're right. I think it gives us a bad rep. Honestly, it gives us a bad rep. 90% ESPN pundits don't really tend to rate them. Well, listen, they have other pundits for the other sports like NFL and NBA and stuff like that. They do well there, but me as a football fan, when I see these guys talking about football, ESPN FC, I'm just like, this is a joke. Like, I'm like, when other people from around the world see people like this with their takes, like, no wonder they don't take us seriously. Like, these people are they're just, it's amateurish. It's very amateurish. I think honestly, I think you can literally find probably 5 or 6 YouTubers like myself, like other people out there, and you could literally put them on ESPN and they'll do a better job. Bro, that is the guy. Stevie Nicol is one of the worst. His opinions are horrible. His takes are horrible. I mean, honestly, I don't know how the guy has. I don't know how he's employed. Like, I don't know how they pay him to do the job that he does. Like, the job that he does, if somebody did it in any other aspect in a job, whether you're like a construction worker or you work in an office or something, you would literally get fired. You would literally not have a job. But this guy, he's there every day, every week, just having just having a horrible take. I can't stand him. Craig Burley close second to the goal. Well, listen, sometimes the thing about Craig Burley is sometimes he says something that makes sense. But what Craig Burley does is he says something that makes sense and is good, and then he ruins it with the following sentence. So it's like, I can't even help you there. because every once in a while he does actually say something that you're like, "Oh, yeah, all right, like that's actually a decent take." Then the two sentences that follow that, you're like, you've ruined it. You've absolutely ruined it. Yeah, there's another guy. I think there's one guy there that's actually decent. His name is like Jules or something. He's all right. I've seen him talk on like United in the past and stuff. I've seen him talk about like the Glazers and stuff. He actually has some decent takes. But it's majoritarily bad. It's majoritarily bad. Burley's still bitter. He lost the 1994 Cup final. Yeah, a lot of them are. A lot of them are. A lot of them are. They speak very bitterly. I mean, listen, even on Bean Sports, right? I like Tim Howard as a person, but boy does he talk shit. Yeah, I mean Tim is a guy that he seems like one of those people that like, well, he's there because he's American. He was big as in like he played in the Premier League, he played for the USA. I question a little bit of Tim Howard's kind of knowledge about the game when he says things like Richard's saying, like, does he talks shit. Like, I feel like sometimes when I'm listening to Tim Howard, he's saying things and he doesn't know what he's actually saying. He's just saying words. And he doesn't actually know what he's actually what he actually has to say. Tim Howard is paid by the Glazers. He might very well be. That recent interview of his, the guy is so out of. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think Tim is there because he's American and he played in the Prem, and he was like, for an American to play in the Prem for as long as he did and stuff like that, it's sort of a big deal because obviously prior to him there wasn't many of us that did it. And obviously the Prem is such a high standard. There was Clint Dempsey, and then of more recent there was Pulisic, but yeah, I think he's just there because it's like, they got Robbie Earl, they got the other Robbie, and then it's just like Tim Howard because he's American and he played for Everton, and he was at United at one point as well. So it's like, but I was talking about Cunha. But yeah, I think Cunha. I think Cunha's coming. I don't think Cunha's going to Arsenal. But we did have this update. This is probably the biggest update. And kind of sort of shapes up what we're trying to look to do. And this update came from Sky, saying the Manchester United want Liam Delap and Mateus Cunha +1 of Mbeumo or Semenyo. Semenyo is favored more than Mbeumo on Manchester United's target list. So I think currently what we're looking at, which I think is quite interesting, is that Delap or a striker, Mateus Cunha for sure, and then one of these two guys. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a poll because 100% of you have voted that you have smashed the like button immediately. So that's awesome. But I'm going to run a poll, and I'm going to make you pick between, one of these guys on who we should get. So let me type it in. Just type in which one, question mark, and then we'll type them in. Wemo. I'm never gonna pronounce his name right. We better get Semenyo because I can't pronounce Wemo's name. And if he becomes our player, I'm gonna have the most difficult time learning how to pronounce his name. Semenyo. Vote it up, chat. Poll is live. Which one do you think United should get? Which one do you think you prefer? Steph says 13 votes, 11 likes, and 15 watching. Yes, thank you for keeping us updated, Steph, on those numbers. But yeah, I mean, me personally, I like both players. Again, I tend not to really get too fussed about certain players. I think if we get either one, I think they're both good additions. And if you add it to the sort of list, if you're saying we're getting, again, for me, I still want Gyökeres or Osimhen. over Delap. But if you're telling me we're getting a striker, Cunha, and then Waymo or Semenyo, I mean, that's a good first three targets bringing in. It changes the dynamic of our attack quite significantly. And it's two players that, uh, I mean, both have Premier League experience, but, you're bringing in Cunha and one of them. That's two players with Prem experience. And two players that have performed quite well in the Premier League as well. So Sunderland have scored a goal. It is now 2-1 Sunderland versus Coventry. And will they break the curse? Because at some point, the curses have to get broken at some point. It just depends how long. Who's considered a better goalie in the States, Howard or Friedel? Interesting. I forgot about Friedel actually when I was mentioning Americans as well. I forgot Friedel was, at Villa as well. I forgot about him. I think Tim Howard is probably held in higher esteem. To be quite honest, I don't know if that means that he's necessarily considered the better goalkeeper, but Tim Howard seems to be the one that is more popular and was always sort of held up in a higher regard than Brad Friedel. And also, Tim Howard is obviously, he's gone on to do sort of television stuff. Brad Friedel just went away. So there's that aspect. So, but I think I always felt like Tim Howard was probably considered better in the way that he was held up in regards general discussion, the way he was talked about and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, seems like that. Rajat Lyle says Semenyo is exciting. Rajat says Waymo is going to be good if you can do that deal. Lyle says, who the hell hired Lampard as coach? Super Frank is a cursed manager. Well, listen, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Look at our own players. Keane tried it, didn't work for him. Scholes tried it, didn't work for him. Neville tried it, didn't work for him. Giggs sort of tried it, didn't really work for him either. Bex was smart, didn't try it, and just said, I'm just gonna go own a club. And obviously he took the better route. And it worked out quite well for him. Solskjaer's tried it. I mean, he's in Turkey. I think he's actually doing pretty good in Turkey now. So Carrick's out there. Van Nistelrooy's out there, but I mean, it didn't go quite well for him when he went to Leicester. And Van Persie's out there as well now. And I take Van Persie as our player. Richard says Tim Howard was not a great goalkeeper, but he was not a bad goalkeeper, but purely as a player like Friedel. Yeah, I think probably Friedel probably could have been more. He probably was more consistent. Because I agree, Tim Howard wasn't a great goalkeeper. He wasn't bad. He was pretty much average. I think Friedel had better qualities, but I don't know. The way it went around in America was just different. Bobby Charlton lasted 8 weeks. Yeah. So, not for everybody. It's, Lampard should do a Neville and call it quits. The guy, I mean, look at Rooney as well. The guy is not a good manager at all. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Arteta shouldn't have tried it either. Well, to be fair, I mean, banter aside, I mean, I think Arteta, with the lack of experience and what he's done at Arsenal, I think he's actually done quite well, because I think he's done better than, I mean, a lot of the people that we mentioned. Considering when he started and he was just an assistant for Pep, I think actually probably without being Pep's assistant, Arteta would probably be on the probably a similar level to the rest of them. I don't think it would go quite well, but I mean, he hasn't really gotten over the line either, because he can't win a trophy for them. It's been 6 years. So yeah, What's happened to Potter? He should have stayed at Brighton. Well, that's another thing that I feel like, I kind of feel like some of these people. That's kind of why I like that Carrick stayed where he was, because remember there was like a little bit of talk that Carrick might, maybe we were looking at him at one point. Um, and I think there was talk of him going to some other clubs as well. And I just was like, I think Carrick's doing a good job, but I think Carrick should stay where he is, because I think Carrick should continue to do and learn, and sort of do it the right way. And I always kind of felt like Potter, like it was a bad choice, because it was going quite well for him at Brighton, and kind of just he was going to a place where like the situation wasn't great, and I was like, there's a lot more ground for it to go very, very bad. And I felt like he should have just stayed at Brighton for maybe another season and then assess the situation from there. Um, even with like Maresca, but it's gone actually quite well for Maresca. Um, but I kind of felt like I was like, I don't know. Because I was like, he did well to get them, promoted from the championship. But now it's just like he's just jumping to Chelsea. But actually he's done quite well. But yeah, I think sometimes they just jump the gun a little bit too quick, because I think I think they kind of look at it like, the opportunity is there and you got to take the opportunity, and the opportunity is there, and if you don't take the opportunity, you might not get the opportunity afterwards. So you kind of just got to take it and hope that it goes the best. But it tends to be a very not good scenario, and it usually ends quite poorly. Um, Richard says, I have a lot of respect for Michael Carrick. When the Ollie era ended, he was one of the only ones to fall on his sword and walk away. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like Carrick's doing it the right way. Because I think actually Carrick, when he did the kind of caretaker kind of thing, from Mourinho and stuff like that, actually I think he did quite good. And some people actually wanted him to stay. And Carrick himself said, it's not something that I'm ready for. He said maybe one day, but it's not something that I feel like I should be doing at the current moment. And I think when you say something like that, like it just shows that he's sort of very level-headed, and he understands, and it's not about like quick, I guess, glory and kind of jumping steps and kind of skipping steps and sort of shortcuts. He's taking the harder route, which is the longer route, because it's going to take more time. For him to, if he gets to a point where he can manage a very big club, and a top club, and maybe one day it could be Manchester United. So yeah, top player is here. Top player says, I don't think Chelsea have done well for their spending. Maybe so, but at the same time, I will say their spending and the plan that they're doing is quite unconventional. It's not really normal. And they've brung in a lot, like, see, like the opposite of what they did to United. We spent a lot, but there wasn't quantity with that. They've spent a lot, but they've also brung in like an insanely amount of players. And the way they're sort of doing things, it's very unconventional. So I get why you can say that in the traditional sense of like they've spent a lot and you would expect them to do better because they've spent a lot. But again, I think people need to kind of understand and learn that just because you spend a ridiculous amount of money doesn't necessarily mean success. You have to spend it in a correct way. Now, I think Chelsea, considering who they're owned by, Todd Bowley, and how that's run. He's obviously a baseball guy. That's where he came from. And I think Chelsea is sort of being run a little bit like that in that aspect. I mean, they've always kind of hoarded youth players anyway and stuff like that. But baseball teams typically sort of go out and spend a lot of money on players and have sort of a big reserve where they can pull players in and out, and it's sort of like a money ball. I don't know if you've ever seen that film, but it's sort of like a money ball aspect, and I think they're kind of doing that. So I think right now, considering how it started from when Bowley took over and from the money that they initially spent to where they've gotten to at this point, where they're in Champions League contention. They're in, obviously, the Conference League final. I think they were always going to get there anyway, but they're in the Conference League final. They're in 5th place, so they're currently in a Champions League spot. I think it's slowly building, and if they continue on the sort of path and trajectory that they've been going, like for next season, if they have a better season, I think it starts to justify the money a little bit more. So the better and higher that they climb, the money then starts to get justified a lot more. Because if it ends with them winning the Premier League, then nobody can really say anything other than they spent a lot of money to win it. But I mean, it'll get justified at the end. So, top player says, who had a better season than second in the league and semi-global Champions League? How many managers in the league? Well, it depends what you prioritize, and it depends what you hold. I mean, many people, and many fans out there, they prioritize trophies over everything. So, I mean, it depends what you view as having good season. I mean, the definition, by definition, winning elite sport and competing at the highest level and the pinnacle of elite sport is to win trophies. So that's why there's always the big argument between, sure, you could finish second or you could finish third and you could get to the semifinal of a Champions League, and that seems like a good season, or I mean, it is a good season. But if a team finishes, I don't know, 8th, but they win the Champions League, then people are going to say that, well, that team had a better season because they won a European trophy and they have silverware, and the goal of top elite sport is to win silverware regardless. So that's usually the argument that is to be had. Elias Carrick is going to be a top manager. I think he is. He's a smart guy. He is super intelligent. Well, there you go. And I listen every word of when he was a pundit. The man has got brains. Well, listen, he goes into my thing of that I talk about midfielders, especially this sort of new crop of people. And obviously, you know, there's always, it's not just 100% midfielders, but central midfielders tend to make good managers, even if you're like an average player, because sometimes you just don't have the ability, right? You're limited in physical attributes. Maybe you're not fast enough. Maybe your hand-eye coordination isn't the best. But to be a midfielder, you have to have the brains, you have to have the IQ to play that position. And, you know, when you do that, as well, if you do a good job of it, you know, from a young age to about the time you retire as a professional, you should end your career being able to read both parts and both sides of the game, attack and defense. And I think that really, to my adage, it seems like the midfielders, people that used to play in this sort of midfield aspect, they tend to make good managers because they understand both sides of the game. And they know how to implement it into a team. Obviously, there's other aspects that go into being a manager as well. You have to have a good attitude, mentality. You have to be able to know how to handle different individuals. You have a group, a collective of people, and stuff like that. But I think generally, just from a starting base point, you look at a couple of them right now. I mean, there's Xabi Alonso. Xabi Alonso's out there. Xavi did an all right job. It wasn't horrible. He's out there as well. And there's more. Now sometimes it doesn't necessarily work. I mean, look at Patrick Vieira. Didn't really work out for him. But this sort of new crop of people, a lot of them are former midfielders. So and it's more of the central midfielders. I'm talking about like classic center mids, box to box sort of players, not center attacking mid players like Lamps or Scholesy, because that's what Scholesy was as well. Scholesy went, deeper into the midfield later on in his career, but they were attacking central midfielders. So oh yes, we had a vote. I almost got away. If you didn't vote, vote. There's 9 votes. We got 14 people in here. We should get more votes. We should match the votes of viewers. So make sure you vote. Richard says what PSG has shown is that throwing money and having all the best players doesn't always work. And I think you make a good point there, Richard. And that's actually 100% true. I mean, I was talking about one of my friends the other day because he was like, he was saying it in the manner of like he was surprised that PSG are looking this good. And he was like, meanwhile, they got rid of Mbappe, Neymar, and Messi. And I'm like, I'm not surprised at all. I'm like, they had too many. They tried to do their form of Galacticos. They had too many chefs in the kitchen. They had 3 superstars on the pitch that are all fairly selfish. And selfish isn't, I'm not saying it's in a negative term, because to be a superstar, you have to be selfish. I mean, Ronaldo doesn't score all the goals because he's a great team player. It's because he's selfish, but he gets it done. Messi was the same at a lot of times. Neymar, the same way. Mbappe is basically the same. Like, and to have 3 of them on there and then kind of have the rest of the squad sort of average, and you think that that's going to really kind of make it, it tends to not really do so. I mean, that's really Real Madrid's history of doing things. That's their thing. They make the Galacticos. They always have it, and they always find a way to make it work. But everybody else, that's not something that tends to happen. And I told them, I was like, I'm not surprised at all. I was like, look what Luis Campos did for PSG. They tried this Galacticos thing. It clearly obviously didn't work. He broke all of that up. They let all of that go. And what did they do? They built a well-rounded, good team that complements each other. And this is what I've been saying that Manchester United have to do. We don't necessarily need the most elite players in the world. We don't need like the biggest superstars on the planet. But what we need is good quality players that form a team that complement each other, that will be competitive. And that's what we don't have at Manchester United, because we haven't been doing proper recruitment and getting in the correct players. Again, I was having a conversation with my father the other day. We were talking about Anthony. And I was like, look at Anthony. And Chad was in here the other day talking about Kudus. And I highly agree with Chad. Like, Kudus was the player we should have went for. Not Anthony, because obviously, clearly, Kudus is a good player and can play in the Prem. And obviously, Anthony is a player that can't play in the Prem. Spanish football is good for Anthony. It fits him quite well. Also, he's South American and Brazilian. Julian Alvarez the other day was talking about, who is it? Christian Romero or whoever they got at Spurs, the center-back, Argentinian. He came out and said he wants him to join them there, and he said over here it's a lot more like Argentina. He's talking about the weather, he's talking about the culture, he's talking about, so I think number one, regardless if we paid 80 million for Anthony or not, because really we should have paid about 35 million because that was about his price tag, and clearly we overpaid. Regardless of the overpaying, there was Kudus for about the same price, and there was Anthony for about the same price. And what we did was we went and got Anthony, and we overpaid, so to make it matters worse. And then there was a player from the same team playing in the same league, and we didn't get him, and he's come into the Prem and he's done quite well. And obviously he has a different build to Anthony. He's much faster, he's more physical. The qualities he has obviously is clearly that he fits the Prem more than Anthony. Anthony looks like a player that belongs in La Liga. Like, his build looks like he belongs in La Liga. The way he plays looks like he belongs to play Spanish football. And this is why we got to do, essentially we got to do what PSG did in a different manner. You know, it's not, we don't have superstars, but we still need to build a very strong, well-rounded team. Top player says, so would you swap Arsenal season for United? No. If we win the Europa League, no. Because I take trophies. I'm a person that takes trophies. The season in the Prem, obviously, you know, I don't want us to be in 15th. And I want us to do better. But if I get to watch my team pick up another trophy, and it's a European trophy, and celebrate that trophy and winning that, I take that every day of the week. You know, because they haven't won anything. Their season is now over. You know, it's you know, Arsenal season is over. They could feel good. I know most the Arsenal fans are all disappointed. You know, the weird ones, the weird Arsenal fans that they're going to celebrate it like they won a trophy. But the realistic ones, they're all disappointed because they just did this season, and they'll say, yeah, we did good to get the second, but there's no excitement, there's no celebration going on. They're all disappointed. They're disappointed that they didn't win the Prem. They're disappointed that they got knocked out of the Champions League. There's no substance to this league. In 10 years time, or in 5 years time, nobody's going to remember. Nobody's going to say, hey, remember that season that Arsenal finished second and they beat Real Madrid and then they got knocked out in the semifinals to PSG? You know, what a season that was. Nobody's going to say that. Nobody's going to talk about that. But if you win a Europa League, I mean, people will even be like, remember that time that United finished 15, but they won the European final? Like, everybody will remember you winning the trophy. Nobody's going to remember you not winning anything. And I always hold trophies into the highest regard because I believe that the pinnacle of this sport is to win the top trophies and all the trophies, as many trophies as you possibly can, at any opportunity that you can. Top player says, I predicted PSG will beat Liverpool and win the Champions League. Well, I'm against you there because I've been saying that Inter are going to win the Champions League, and I think that Inter are going to win the Champions League, and I think that PSG are not going to win the Champions League. I've been saying since February that Inter will win the Champions League. I think they can be hard to break down at times. I think the system is quite... The way they play it is quite... For me, for PSG to beat Inter, PSG need to score first, and they need to take like a 2-3 goal lead on Inter to negate the way Inter play, because the way that they play this system, it's quite dynamic. I mean, it could be very defensive and it could be very attacking. And I think that's a hard system to beat because it's constantly changing on the pitch. And it changes with situations. I just think I think Inter's going to do it. So Axe says PSG is out of their Uber commercial phase, getting into football phase. Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta go there. Richard says, I do not particularly like the performance from Casemiro after his first season, but on Thursday night, boy, he could he ping that ball. I mean, yeah. Listen, this is like twice in 2 seasons where towards the end, Casemiro. I mean, the first part of the seasons, last season and this season, didn't go particularly well, but he picked it up at at this the later half of both of both seasons, and especially now in the Europa League, um, and even the last matches, even in the Premier League, he's performed very 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 well. So um, Ruben's talked about that and some of the adjustments that they did in terms of um, he was being pushed up quite high. They're letting him sit back a little bit more. Um, he's a threat on set pieces as well. We're constantly looking for him off of corners to get a header on it. Him and Maguire. He scored a header at the weekend. Uh, I think listen, Cass, I think is a guy that I don't think he's going to go anywhere necessarily. Whether you would sell him or not, I don't think Cass is going to go anywhere. I think it's because he doesn't want to. Um, I don't think he wants to leave. I think he's made that abundantly clear. Um, again, the only thing that sucks about Casemiro is the high wages. But we have nobody but our predecessors that were in charge to blame for that, because they gave him that wage. It's not Casemiro's fault. And there's just not much we can really do about it. Again, like for me, I don't have a problem necessarily if Cash stays. I know the wages is an issue and it's a problem. If I could have it my way, I'd lower his wages and have him stay, because I think as an experienced player, and the way he's conducted himself, I think actually why not just use him for another season or so, and have him in there, because I think we need to keep a little bit of experience, and the way he's kind of kept himself going, um, and handled situations. I mean, at one point he looked like he was down and out, um, and he's fought his way back in. So I admire that in a player, and I think that's an important quality to have in the team. So um, look at Nottingham Forest at the moment. Yeah, again, it's another example. Nottingham Forest, they don't have any superstars, but they have a team that complements each other, and this is why I keep arguing. Again, for me, I believe the biggest problem at Manchester United currently is just player recruitment. It's always been player recruitment. It's been our biggest problem. It's been our biggest issue. It's one that has led to basically our downfall, because I think we never did it in a proper way. We never really had a proper plan. And we obviously didn't have people doing the correct things at the top. And hopefully it seems like it's changing under Ineos. I mean, it's certainly not operating the way it was. And hopefully it can be successful under them. But yeah, I mean, Forest is another one. They don't have superstars, but they just put together a well good unit, and I think that's what Ineos are trying to look to do. And hopefully they they get it right. They get it right, because if they get it right, that means that we'll be all right. Um, acts as Latino and Latino country, true, was the same with Veron, not to mention Di Maria. Well, but this, I mean, it is a factor. I mean, listen, it's nothing against the UK, but the UK is sort of similar to New York in a certain sense. I mean, I think in the UK it rains probably a little bit more, but I mean, for somebody that comes from a South American country where there's a lot of sunshine and the weather is constantly warm, again, players are human beings. Sometimes that's a big effect, um, and it could kind of change them. I mean, now I know Anthony was playing in the Netherlands, but even the Netherlands is not really like the UK in that aspect. I mean, the UK, there's been a lot of people that talk about, like, it's always raining, it's quite depressing, and stuff like that. So sometimes that has a really negative effect on players as well, barring outside of the qualities and sort of build you need to play in the physical and fast-paced Premier League. So, um, Yeah. What did we say? AFTV on Wednesday was the biggest thing I've seen in a long time. It was hilarious. I didn't see it, but I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. They were saying Arteta out and take the captaincy away from Odegaard. Oh boy. Oh boy. They're there again. Yeah, I kind of seen that debate going on. I mean, listen, I've been telling my friend, well, it's two of them actually, the two Arsenal fans. I've been telling them, I said, listen, I said, you better hope that this guy wins the trophy. Because they don't want Arteta to get sacked, right? They like Arteta. They think he's doing a good job. And I keep telling them, I said, listen, I said, but at some point, I said, he's got to win a trophy. Because I said, how many years you going to go without this guy winning the trophy? And I was like, he's going to have to win it or he's going to get sacked. I was like, he's going on year 6 now or whatever it is, year 7. I said, how many more years are you going to go without him winning the trophy? At some point, I was like, he's gonna have to get sacked because he clearly can't get over the line. And actually, maybe some clubs they might have done it. There's an argument to be there because people think if you sack Arteta, the whole thing gets ripped apart and they start over again. I don't think you necessarily have to do that. It depends who they would bring in. I think you can bring somebody that has a similar play style and ideology and system as Arteta, and maybe minor things get tweaked in there. There's a way to go about that they can do it. But I mean, this is what's going to happen. Again, this is why the trophies matter the most, because it's fine. You can keep finishing second all you want, and you can get to you can get to semifinals and quarterfinals of the Champions League and stuff. But at some point, if you can't get over the line, then you're not doing what everybody wants, which is to win the trophies. That is the point of this sport. That is the point of every professional sport. It's to win the trophies. Boaz, if I pronounce your name wrong, I'm sorry, but I try my best. In Damaki says, United, we need heart surgery. To a certain aspect, yes. But for me, in a process, it's got to come. Because I think that's the only way that it can happen. For us to go up to the levels where we want to be, which is to challenge and ultimately win the Premier League, we have to do it in steps, and we have to do it in levels. So we got to take step 1 and actually build the core foundation of the team, improve. Like next season has to be an improvement. We have to get players in this summer, and if you have a good season and we get the correct players and the right players in, and we have a good season next season, and next season is improved, then it's time for step 2, and we have to go up another level and then and improve on that, and then you do that again, and you do it again until you get to where you need to go. So in a way, we do need some sort of surgery. But when you say heart surgery, like Ralph Rangnick once said it, that heart surgery was like rip out 15 players out of the squad and replace them all. And to be honest, we probably do need to do that over a period of time, but you can't do it all at once. To do that all at once would lead to, it would kind of be like what Chelsea did. There wouldn't really be any stability. Even if we actually financially could, which obviously we can't, but even if we actually financially could and we actually were to pull that off, and let's just say we remove 15 players out of the squad and replace them with 15 players, do you think that season would go well? It would not. There would be zero cohesion. There would be zero chemistry. It would be quite dysfunctional, and it would be a struggle. And that's why it needs to be done in tiered, systematic ways, little by little. That's why I'm asking for the club, and I think that the club needs to go and get 5 players this summer, regardless of Champions League. I think the club needs to go and get 5 players, quality players, strong, good players that fit the system, and fit the future of football at Manchester United. And then remove however many or whatever we can that still leaves a balanced squad. Keep the players that are sort of usable, because I think there's some players there that some are on the fence. Some obviously we would definitely keep, like the likes of like Mano and Diallo, etc. I think Bruno is majority one that most fans would keep as well. So players like that, obviously we're not going to get rid of them. There's other players that I think kind of teeter on the fence. And then I think majority wise, I think there's players there that I think pretty much everybody's sort of in agreements that they kind of got to go. Players like Rashford and Sancho, and Anthony, for minor example. Obviously, Lindelof is going to leave us, and Christian Eriksen is going to go as well. And there's a couple other ones in there. And you go from there. And then next season, we got to get another 5 players. Because my goal would be to transform the team. In the next 3 years, you'd probably end up getting in somewhere around 12 to 15 players. To completely transform the team. And that's just the planning on it at face value. Obviously, you make the adjustments as you go along. Because, for example, somebody like Mason Mount, who didn't have a great time in the beginning, and some people said that, they would sell him. Well, maybe now they're thinking twice about it because of what he did yesterday. And if he can stay fit and he performs yesterday like he did yesterday, if he could do that on a consistent basis, well, then that's somebody else that we don't have to really worry about. And now we have another position sorted, and we have a player that we can use. And along that journey from, the upcoming season to next season, there might be a player, 1 or 2 there that maybe we had some doubts, maybe we didn't really rate, and maybe they come good. Kind of seen it a little bit in Maguire already. Cass has done it this season as well. So sometimes that happens along the way as well, which is good because it has a good impact. X says Ineos out, Lyle says Ineos in. Yep, we're still there doing that. Top player says, of course, winning a trophy is the pinnacle of sport, but so is team building, and I'd rather get close to winning the best tournament than win a poxy one that is basically just a ticket to the ball. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll disagree to disagree. I mean, I get it. Team building is good, but it at the end, like, let's put it this way. I don't necessarily disagree, but at the same time, if Arteta doesn't win, I mean, the fans don't even want an FA Cup at this point. They want the Prem and they want the Champions League. If he doesn't win either one of those, and he gets sacked, and Arsenal go backwards, then the team building was for nothing. The team building meant nothing, and they accomplished nothing. So it was all for nothing. So at the end, he still got to win the trophy. Now, in our situation, there's nothing really that we can really do at this current moment in time. Obviously, we want a team build. Obviously, we want to get, in terms of the league where Arsenal is, in terms of, competing and at least challenging, we want to get there. But at the same time, I mean, we're still managing to win trophies. We won the FA Cup last year. We're in the Europa League final now, and we have a chance to win that. And you can build off of winning these trophies as well. So I don't know. I think it goes, a little bit back and forth. Yeah, I think we'll win Europa, like Richard says. So why are you complaining about Arteta's building then? Doesn't even make sense. I'm not complaining about Arteta's building. I'm complaining that the guy hasn't won a trophy. And at some point, he needs to win one. Otherwise, he's going to get fired, and it's going to be for nothing. At some point, you got to get over the line. you know, we're in a different situation. You know, I give him credit, and I say he's done good for for what he's done to build the team up. But if you don't win the trophy, then it means absolutely zero. Everything he's done relies on him winning a Premier League or the Champions League or both. And if he can't do that, then for him, everything he's done has been pretty much for nothing. It's succumbed to nothing. There's nothing on the end of it. Ray is here. Says, "Hey everyone, how about how you feeling, Red Devils?" Axe says we need massive improvement next season. We must compete for the top 5 and be competitive in UCL. No more excuses. Most of all, we need a cohesive and consistent playing style. Like last night, we were big no. Yeah, I see, but this is what I'm saying. What you're asking for, Axe, I hope you know takes like 2 to 3 seasons to actually have that. From where we are. Like, you do understand that actually takes quite some time, especially when your team doesn't have it. We're not near that. You know, we're not near. Our squad is not in a position where it's like, if you get a different manager, like for example, like Arsenal, I think you can make the argument, if they get a different manager and they get a top manager and they keep the squad the same with the same identities, they could actually just go and win the league. Possibly. Our squad is a mess. So to fix it, I mean, yeah, we got to be better, obviously, because nobody wants to be in 15th place. Nobody wants to finish in 8th either. So we got to compete at some sort of level. But I still think, like, if you get to 6th and we do okay in the Champions League, I mean, it's still an improvement over the last 2 seasons. So we then have to go from that spot and improve on it in that area, and not say that it failed, because I don't know, you know, where are, like, what are we and where are we? Where have we been for 2 seasons? Like, nowhere. Other than, you know, winning a trophy. But in terms of the league, we got to get some sustainability. So I think it's going to be a very difficult job next season. Considering when you look at the competition that's there, and you look how we've performed last season and this season in the Prem, I think it's going to be very hard for us to get into top 5. We have to be there, but I could see it not happening, maybe by a couple points. But we got to build on that, because obviously that, you know, next season you can say, well, compared to last season, it was an improvement in the league. You got to build on top of that. You got to go again. You're tired of waiting on Amorim to have a preseason. But your way will never lead to any success, because our club is not in the position to do the things you are saying. Nobody, the way you speak, Axe, you think that somebody's going to come in here and within 1 season or 1.5 seasons, they're going to have us fighting for the title. It's never going to happen. You can get literally any manager in the world at this current moment. You could get all the great managers from the past, combine them into one person, and they are not gonna succeed for at least 2 to 3 years. It's just not gonna happen. The club is not in the position to do these sorts of things that you're saying. So, and you're saying we need a fast transformation. Well, I'm sorry, but you know, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Ray says, I think we will win the Europe Cup. I think we will too. I saw the 99 final on replay. We were cohesive in 99, top tier team. Bayern was incredible, and we still won somehow. We were light years away from that, adjusting for changes in football in general. Ray says we have to win it and get Champions League. We play with the big boys. That's where we belong. Man United, we will win because luck is on our side at this cup. It's not just about, well, it's not just about luck though. Again, I've been saying that I think when we played the other European teams that were in this competition, it allows us to play the game a little bit better. Now, do we get a little bit of luck along the way? Yeah. But that's part of football. Sometimes you live and die by the luck. Sometimes I think there's a lot of times where we've been very unlucky, especially in recent years. But this is what our club is built on. It's going to win these trophies. I mean, we've gotten ourselves to this position. Again, I think we'll do it very Manchester United. I think it'll be in very Manchester United. I don't think we'll make it easy for us. I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park. I think it's going to be very typical Manchester United, where we're going to do it the hard way. It's going to be a struggle. It's going to be a pain in the ass. And I don't think it's necessarily going to be, it's not going to, it's going to be a bit ugly. But I think we'll get over the line. I think we'll do it. But I think we're going to do it the Manchester United way, which is the hard way. No, they said they could handle this and win it in 28. We need to be top 5 contenders at the end of 26, top 3 contenders in 2027, and then champions in 2028. End of discussion. I mean, they said that they're aiming for 28. But it doesn't actually have to necessarily go in the way you're saying. So, But all right, so can I ask you a question though? Like, when you say top 5 contenders, like, do you mean just being in and around and contending for top 5, or do you mean that like we have to have top 5 or otherwise it's a failure? Like, if we finish 6th instead of 5, like, do we just rip up everything then? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand from what you're saying. From top 5 contenders. Because I think next season is still going to be a struggle. I expect it to improve, and I expect it to be better, and I don't expect to be anywhere where we're going to be near. But I still think it's going to be a difficult season with the teams that are involved in the Prem, and they're going to strengthen. I mean, we're going to strengthen, but we need to obviously step it up a lot. And it's been 2 back-to-back not good seasons. So I think that we should be in and around the conversation. I just don't know if we'll actually be able to do it in one season like that. If we can, that's fantastic. I kind of feel like it'll probably take 2 to really put us in the conversation where we're in a strong position in terms of like getting, 4th or 3rd or 2nd. I mean, we don't know the seasons that the teams are going to have, but Richard says, as someone older, I can tell you all that it all works out good in the end. I won't see it, but you guys will, and you should enjoy every second of it. I did. I think you maybe you'll see it, Richard. Don't say that. You never know. I mean, in 3 years' time, maybe we are there. Maybe it takes 4. Again, it depends how it goes. Depends how it goes. Top player says, if Amorim finished 2nd in the league and got to the Champions League semi next season, you would say he was doing incredible. Yeah, but top player. You know why we would say that? Because he came in November, or it would be his first season. Mikel Arteta is on season 6, so at some point, Mikel Arteta has to get the trophy. Again, I don't think anybody takes away from like what Arteta's done from when he picked them up, when he came in, from where they were to where he took them. But at some point, now you got to win the trophy. If you don't win the trophy, everything you've done becomes irrelevant. That's all it is. If Amorim did it now, it's a different context. Amorim just came in November. If Amorim, let's put it this way. If next season, if Amorim gets us to 2nd, and we get to the semi-final of the Champions League, we're going to say he did an amazing job, because he's only been, he'll only be here for like a season and a half or whatever it is. Arteta's had 6 years. He's had the longest time over any other manager besides obviously like Pep, or maybe Klopp. So at some point, he's got to deliver. If you don't deliver, then that's it. X is exactly like that. I think we need greatness fast. If we finish 6 at 6 points behind 5th, I would be okay. Well, that's a little bit more reasonable. That I understand. That makes a lot more sense. I think it's with the context. I do agree. Like we got to be up there and we got to be challenging. We got to make this improvement. We can't just be, we can't be down and out in 8th place by, February, and we're like 12 points off of, 5th place or something like that. We got to be in and around the conversation. I don't know if we'll be able to get there, because I think we're sort of very far backwards at the moment. I think it depends who we get in the summer, and also I mean, I guess I got to kind of see how we start the season to see, what kind of improvements we've actually made in terms of like playing and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, for me, I think, I guess the best possible thing is like, if we could show that we can be competitive and we're in the fight and we're there, if we fall a little bit short, I don't think that's the major issue. I think the major issue is if we falter completely and, we're not even close to it. And we do most of the season basically like this season and a little bit of last season, but more so this season. I mean, this season we were nowhere near, never near it. We were never close to it at all in any aspect. So, I mean, that can't happen. Doesn't matter, regardless. Can't happen under any circumstances. So, um, um, Ray says in '99 we had a good bench. Right now we have a good we have a good bench too. Yeah, for I think the bench can improve a bit. I think the bench. I don't think the bench is that bad. I think the bench is better than it's been in some recent times. Um, I still think we need to fill it out a little bit, and especially in some positions, because again, it feels like when we sustain some injuries, we get to the point where we have a bunch of kids on the bench, like he did at one point, and like what happened to Eric Ten Hag last season as well, where it was just so many injuries. The team just is always going to really fall off. So we need to figure out how we can. I think the bench needs to be a little bit stronger, so that means that the entire team is a bit stronger. That way we can rotate probably a little bit more without dropping in performance so much. I think that's been sort of our problem as well. I think that's why, as again, like Eric Ten Hag, like, yeah, he might have been stubborn in his ways, and that's fine because he's a manager and that's how he does his thing. But I think maybe one of the reasons for that is because I don't think he necessarily liked his sort of backup options to a certain extent. He didn't really trust him, which led him to sort of playing, not rotating as much and overplaying players and stuff like that. Might have led to some more injuries. So I think if we can just build the team out more, and when I say the bench, I mean not like buy a bench player. I'm talking about you get players that can take and can take and be in the starting lineup. That's how you build the bench. Kind of like even City, where everybody was like, City has two teams. I mean, you look at their starting 11, you look at their bench, and you're like, that's literally two starting 11s. We got to do something similar to that. We don't have to do it to maybe that extent, but the closer you could get to that, the better, because that means there should be a lack of a drop off in the quality. We do have some good players there as well on the bench. It's not horrible. I think it's better than it's been in some of the past seasons. At times when you looked at the bench, and you were like, I mean, look at the options we have. But I still feel like it's a bit light. Richard says, we are Manchester United. Luck has nothing to do with it. Dennis, Violet, Bobby Charlton, George Best, Harry Gregg, Dennis Law, Eric Cantona, Willie Morgan, Johnny Carey. That's why we will win. Well, that's what I say. It's really, it's our history. It's our club. Again, even I've been saying it for shows. Even in the darkest periods of this time, of this club, they managed to do things that nobody thinks that they should do, and get to places that seem very far away. And you know, everybody is bantering, saying that it's 15th place for 16th place. But I mean, considering the season that we've had and the way it's gone, we've done quite well, and Ruben's done quite well to get the team to a European final. And I think just with the history of this club, I think we will win it. I think he's a man that can. I think he's a man that can get the team over the line. Just kind of like how I felt like about Ten Hag when it came to the trophies. I Ten Hag was a man that he could get you over the line with the trophies. When he got there, he did it. So I think Ruben is the same. I think he could do the same. It's very unproven because I mean, all he's won is a league title in Portugal, and that's sort of different than in a knockout competition. And this is his first time as a manager being in the final of a European knockout competition. So the circumstances are different, but I think he can do it. I think he can do it. And I think the club can do it. Axel's Arteta out. What? Arteta out. This is why I say Amorim out. People like them don't have what it takes to win big, and let's not call Europa League a big win. It's still a European trophy. Europa League is bigger than the FA Cup, and it's bigger than the Carabao Cup for sure. 110%. The only two trophies that are bigger than the Europa League is the Premier League and the Champions League. That's it. So it's the third biggest trophy. It's the third biggest trophy that you could win. It's a European competition. And yeah, I mean, again, the circumstances between Amorim and Arteta are two totally different ones. You have absolutely no clue if Amorim has what it takes to win big. He's been here for 7 months. I don't know how you can possibly say that. We didn't even play the final yet. So how you can say he doesn't have what it takes to win big? I mean, he hasn't had the chances that Arteta's gotten, so it doesn't make sense. I mean, Arteta, you can make a valid argument for it because he's been here for 6 years and he's been at his project and he's had multiple chances to do it and hasn't done it. Our manager's been here for 7 months. And actually, I mean, he did it where he was managing. So, Ray says, I remember that night in 99 will die with the memories. Well, I mean, even when I wasn't like old enough to like take in the game at the time it happened, like in a proper manner, like how I can do now. But I mean, when I've watched it a few times, and when I watch it, I mean, in my opinion, they were the better team, and they were absolutely slaughtering us on the pitch. I mean, in my opinion, I don't know how Bayern Munich didn't score like 3 or 4 goals. I don't know how they didn't do it. It felt a little bit lucky. The ending was a little bit lucky as well, but sometimes that's what it takes. That's what happens. There's nothing wrong with luck. It's a game of football. That's why anything can happen. In my opinion, I don't think it was actually, I wouldn't call it a beautiful display by Manchester United for about 85 minutes of the match up until the very end. It kind of felt a little bit similar like yesterday. Yesterday wasn't a great performance for 70 minutes of the match, but we managed to find a way. And it's a good quality to have when you get to the level as well, because, the champion teams, they do that as well to a certain degree. Like, they don't always play amazing. Sometimes they have very shit games. Sometimes they play a match or a couple matches. They deserve to lose those matches. They should probably lose those matches, but they find a way to win the match, whether it's 1-0 or whatever. They score a cheeky goal or something like that. I mean, Liverpool had a few of them this season, where they played some games. You know, they were outplayed. They should have lost the match. They ended up winning the matches 1-0. Or they should have, they were going to draw a match 1-1 and they score a late minute goal. And that's why they won the Premier League, because they're able to do things like that. So um Lyle says, I get it. We need to see progress. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think anybody, I don't think, well, I think nobody, I don't think anybody is arguing against that. I think everybody's saying we need progress. But like, it just feels like some people are just like trying to set the bar extremely high for Ruben Amorim to a point where that like it's just unachievable, so that they can say, look, he failed, sack him. And it's just like, but why would you want to restart all over again? Like, we just need to make progress and then build on the progress next season and go from there. But anyway, Lyle says this is Manchester United, but this is all part of the process. The Glazers have put us in this situation where we cannot snap our fingers and poof, we're back. And it's not going to happen for any team. I mean, Arsenal didn't do nothing for 20 years. Liverpool didn't do anything for 20 years. Now, it didn't get as bad as us. But also, I'm sorry. I think it's fair to say we have the worst owners in history of football. So, our circumstances are a little bit different than these other clubs. Like, yeah, they went missing and they did nothing for basically their whole time that they went missing, and have basically achieved nothing. And we're in this period, but they don't have the owners that we have. They might have had bad owners at some point, but they're not as bad as our owners. They're not as bad as the Glazers. We have the worst owners ever in the history of sport. Amorim has been here for 6 months. New system, new staff. Ineos is in their first year. Yes, mistakes have been made, but I see a teething phase, and they all we got. Let's see what they do next. Yeah, I mean, listen, for next season, it is what it is. We just got to make progress and take it from there. And again, I don't look. I don't think there's anybody out there right now that says if we have any sort of similar season to this season, next season, I don't think there's anybody that's going to defend Ruben Amorim and say that he needs to stay, because it just can't happen. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I don't think it's going to happen to this level and this extent. I think there's been so many kind of things that have been going on, and there's so many other problems beyond the manager that need to be addressed and fixed. So for me, I've always felt like this is the starting point. Whether we agreed with the way it went or not, I always felt like this is the starting point, really, for the game model at Manchester United that's being developed by Jason Wilcox and all these guys that we have in charge, and the plan going forward. So I feel like Amorim is the guy that they've picked. He's a young manager. They're going fairly young in every direction across the club. They're doing everything with the youth. They're bringing in younger players. They've brought in a young manager. They're clearly trying to build something that's going to sustain itself if we get to a point of that it is competitive and successful. So I'm willing to go down the road. I have no problem giving another 2 or 3 years to see how this goes. I have absolutely no problem with it, even if it's small progression. Like, depending on how the season goes, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried necessarily about a number on the Premier League table at the moment, but in terms of points, we have to be in and around fighting with these teams, and we got to try and do our best. And then also all of the trophies as well, like the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, and if we get into the Champions League and the Champions League, we're going to have to take all of that into consideration before we could really say how this has gone and, what kind of improvement has been made and all that sort of stuff. Again, like, I don't really want to think about that too much. I want to take it as we go. So, like, we're about to end this season. The season's coming to a close. Let's win the Europa League. Let's get in the Champions League. Then let's see what we do in the summer. And then we start next season, and we go from next season, and we go from there, and we see what happens. I'm not too fussed about it. I'm not too fussed. Edward Jr. is back. Edward Jr. is here and says, I lost my place. Call it toxic positivity, but for the first time in years, I actually see us moving forward as a club. It can all go to crap, I know, but I'm optimistic that we are on the right track. I mean, for sure, we're doing things different, Lyle, and things are heading in a different direction. And I don't think there's anything wrong with putting belief behind it or hoping that it goes well. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. It obviously can go wrong. I don't think anybody's saying that. Well, I think there's probably people out there, but I don't think any of us are saying that it's gonna. I don't think anybody here is making the statement that it is 110% going to lead to absolute success and glory. I think we're just saying that, like, hey, we're willing to take a chance on this and let's see where it goes. I think that's basically what we're saying. I think we're trying to give patience. We're trying to see how things develop, and we're willing to walk down this road. I don't think we're like trying to be too rash or bash about it. Actually, I think we're trying to give as much time as possible to these guys. So, but how you doing, Edward Jr.? How you doing? Is everything good? Lyle says the appointments alone in our new hierarchy is enough for me to see progress. I mean, it is a positive one. Whether you trust Sir Jim Ratcliffe or not, regardless of him, I mean, having people like Jason Wilcox and Vivell and these guys, I mean, the level of difference those guys are compared to what we had it's already a big change, and it's already an improvement to a certain degree. So, to undo 13 years of the way I look at it is the Glazers hired people that were in charge of Manchester United for 13 years. Those people in charge took a giant shit on the club for 13 years. We now have these guys Ineos, but there's like people like Jason Wilcox and Barada, an example, and they're now cleaning 13 years worth of shit off of Manchester United. And I just don't agree with anybody that expects 13 years worth of shit to be cleaned up in a year or 2 years. It's obviously going to take quite some time. Now, you would hope in 3 or 4 years we should be there. But, I mean, we got to be making moves towards that as we go along. But, I mean, to say in 1 year, 2 years, it's got to be done. We're not in that position anymore. We might have been in that position 6 years ago when we were still, fighting for top 4, and we were basically just, we weren't finishing first, but we were finishing 4th, or we were finishing 3rd. We were there. But, we're long gone off of that now, because fast forward 5 years down the line, we've been ever more inconsistent ever. So, Top player says if you're under 10s, if you're in an under 10s race and you win a trophy, that's great. A trophy, you're not even in the main race. Yeah, but we got a trophy. I'm taking the trophy. I'm taking the trophy for the season. I mean, look, I'll say, like, Arsenal had a better season in the Premier League than us. I mean, there's nothing to discuss about that. But if we win the Europa League, then, Arsenal can say, well, we finished second. I'll be like, well, we won a fucking Europa League trophy. It still counts for something. It still means something. Edward Jr. says, I think if we get Amorim the right players that fit his system, I think he will take us to the top. Well, he could do. I mean, for me, again, also, I try to make this point. It's not necessarily just about Amorim, though. It's about the future of this club. We have to be doing proper player recruitment, because again, managers nowadays is not managers of the past. The manager is not the queen anymore. The manager, maybe is like a knight or something, but he is not. The manager is not the be all and end all anymore. This is how football has moved on. They are a piece. They are a piece on the chessboard. But they're not the most important piece on the chessboard. And for sustainability for a club to continue, we must be setting Manchester United up in a proper way so that regardless of what happens, if Ruben fails or Ruben succeeds, when Ruben leaves, Manchester United have to have a platform for the next guy to step in to continue going forward, and not like, if it fails, then we have to start completely 100% over again because now Ruben's no longer part of here. Or even if he succeeds, right? If he leaves at some point after succeeding, we don't want to drop off and fall off like what happened post Fergie. And the reason why we dropped off and fell off post Fergie is, one, it was always going to be difficult after Fergie because of what he did and how long he was there. But two, we ripped up everything at the football club. We got rid of every person behind the scenes that was associated to Fergie. We took the blueprint, took a shit on it, lit it on fire, and flushed it down the toilet. And we didn't ever needed to do that. But that's our Glazers for you, because they wanted to commercialize the club. And they were waiting for Sir Alex to step down so they could do it. And that's what happened. So now we need to build this club back to a point where, irregardless, yes, Ruben needs players. It needs to fit the system. But the project is bigger than Ruben. Because this football, or this system, or this idea, it should continue in some sort of form or manner after Ruben. Whether he succeeds or he fails, it should continue after, because that's what the club is supposed to be. It's supposed to have its own identity. The identity isn't supposed to revolve around Ruben Amorim. Ruben Amorim is here to help build the identity of Manchester United. When he leaves, the person that replaces him has to fit into what that identity of Manchester United now currently is. Like some other clubs. I mean, Brighton, just to use as an example since we've been talking about them for a while, I mean, Brighton, they tend to get managers that it fits their ethos, it fits their philosophy. And this is what I've been trying to argue. Like, we didn't necessarily have any of that. We didn't have any consistency with that. So getting Ruben in, to me, it has to be the last time that we sort of rip things up and start from the beginning. I kind of always felt like it was going to happen because, again, Ineos are new people. Ten Hag wasn't their guy. He wasn't their hire. When new people come into places, whether it's Todd Bowley, Ineos, or whoever, they make changes. And those things are always going to happen. So at this current moment in time, for me, there is no ripping up whatever we're doing. We can't head in a totally... We can't do a 180 regardless of what Ruben Amorim does. Like, even if Ruben fails and he gets fired, we still have to get somebody in that fits whatever we're trying to do, for the future of the club. Playing a certain brand of football with a certain identity with the players that we have. So these players that we get for Ruben, they're not here just for Ruben as well, but they're here for the future of Manchester United as well, for the manager after Ruben, and so on and so on. What if Amorim builds slowly but doesn't win a trophy, but significant progress is made every season? Are you going to sack him? At some point, yeah. At some point, he would have to get sacked. I mean, he would only get a certain amount of time. Actually, I think Arteta is quite fortunate to get the amount of time that he's been given. Because I actually, with the way our fan base is and the way many fan bases are, I don't think managers will get the amount of time that Arteta's gotten to do what he's done. So, like, for Ruben, I think Ruben, depending on how it goes, he probably has about 3 seasons. And and that depends how it goes. It depends how close he is. But after a certain point, I mean, you're talking about like, you know, if we get to like the 6th season of Amorim and he's built us up, but we can't win a Prem and we can't win a Champions League, then at some point it comes to the point where, well, you've done a good job, you've built it up. Now we're gonna go and get somebody that's gonna get us over the line. You know, you don't rip down the entire thing that has happened at Manchester United over the course of building, but yeah, I mean that happens a ton in football. I mean, City did it to a certain extent with Pep. I mean, yeah, they won the league, but they didn't stick with, you know, whoever was, who was it, Pellegrini or whoever it was. They built up to a certain point, and then they went and got Pep, and then they sustained themselves ever since. So, um, top player says we want to win the best trophies against the best teams. That is winning. That is winning, not just winning runner up cups. Yeah, I know we want to get there, but for the situation that we're in right now, we got to take what we got. You know, we got to take what we got. Obviously, we want to get there. I agree with you. I don't think listen, when people say these things, I don't think anybody's saying that like, you know, we're just, you know, we're just content with Europa League and it's fine and like that's all we want. You know, nobody's saying that, but for the situation that we're in, you take what you got at the current moment, and then when you have the opportunity to do better and try and do better, then obviously you go for the bigger things. But at this current moment in time, there's nothing we could do. The season's gone the way it has. It hasn't been great in the Premier League. We've gotten to Europa League final. If we could win the Europa League final, it's fantastic. I'm taking the Europa League trophy every day of the week. And the fact that we won the Carabao the year before, and the fact that we won the FA Cup last year, then I will take the European trophy for this season. That's 3 cups in 3 years. It'll be 2 different managers. And we just got to fix position in the league, which I think we can do over the course of the next 2 to 3 seasons. If we do it the proper way. Axe says, Amorim out, Ineos out, Glazes out, equals we take our club back. I mean, that literally is not going to happen. So, and the fact that you put Amorim out first is like, that's where I just totally disagree with you. I don't know why you don't just say Glazes out. You know, if you say Glazes out, then most likely Ineos won't be there. And if somebody new comes in, they probably won't keep Amorim there either. Because again, like I say, when new people come in, they make their own changes. So, but you start with the manager and you go literally in the backwards order. We have to stick with this manager for at least 3 to 5 years. I agree, as long as we're making some sort of progress. In areas, I think that is probably the proper way, Ray. Because I feel like if we're gonna keep chopping and changing, we're really not gonna get anywhere. And we're not gonna be able to make proper progress. But we also we can't just stick with him though if it's going really really bad. But I mean, I think he has an opportunity at the very least right now because I mean, it's never been. I mean, this is our worst season ever, right? So I think the floor is quite low. So maybe it goes backwards again. Once upon a time I said, you know what? I mean, I didn't want it to be this bad, but I think something that happened to Eric Ten Hag that I always said that might, you know, when it happened at the time, I said could be quite unfortunate for him. And I feel like it did go that way. And for Ruben, it could actually be backwards and it could be the opposite. is that first season that Ten Hag had, I think everybody is in agreement that he actually performed above expectations. I don't think anybody expected us to have that season. Taking over the team that he took over at that current time, which was a bunch of um just people just downing tools with toxic attitudes and uh, just just absolute crap. Coming in and finishing third in that season, that was above expectations. I don't think anybody thought that he would get us there, right? And I think that actually did him more harm than it did positive, because I don't think the team, I don't know how he did that, but I don't think the team was actually at that level. And then he made a lot of changes anyway along the way. Obviously, he had that window, he had the window after, and he had this window. So it was three summer windows, and a lot of money spent. And I don't think the way that United went about things, I think the recruitment was still very poor. He was involved in that. But I think it was always just like there wasn't the platform for sustainability there. So I think that hurt him massively. That he started so well, because I think the drop off was always coming, because I think the team actually wasn't really that good to sustain on that level. I don't. I think the things that they did with recruitment and stuff like that, I think actually made it worse. Instead of improving, right? We finished third. Instead of getting some sort of sustainability, I think what they did in recruitment actually made a lot of things unstable, and then there was the injuries, and I think it worked against him. Ruben's position is he's coming mid-season. It's not a proper thing for a manager to really do, but he's also has a completely different style of play and game identity to whatever we had going on prior to him coming in. And it hasn't gone well. And now next season, I mean, all he's got to do really is be competitive. And I think the majority will take that for that season, and then they'll look to next season, and we'll see where we go from there. So it could work in his favor, honestly, because I guess the bar has gone so low in terms of what's happened this season. What I'm talking about, like the bar, not the standards, but the bar of like that we've had this very shit season. I think the majority of people out there, they feel quite low about this team. So if he has a good, some type of a decently good season next season, I think most people are going to be happy with that, and they're going to take it. And I think that would be the majority. Richard says, gotta go. I'm sure there will be Wi-Fi in the premiere in tomorrow, then Old Trafford Sunday. Well, we'll see you later, Richard. Have a good night and be good. Edward says you got a point. I'm with you on that. Lumen says, what wrong has Arteta done? But listen, it's not who would not replace Pep. Now, what I'm saying is, at some point, like for example, obviously, I don't think Arsenal are going to sack Arteta at this moment in time. I think he's going to get another season, but within next season or the season after, at some point there's got to be a discussion that's like, but when is this guy gonna actually get it? When is he actually gonna get over the line? Because then you're talking about a manager being in charge, which is, unless you're winning the Prem like almost every season, like Pep, you're getting 7-8 years. I mean, it's quite unheard of. Now maybe it pays off after 10 years, they finally do it or something. I don't know, but it's quite unheard of. Because unless you're actually winning these trophies, like Pep was doing it at City, it doesn't tend to last that long. I mean, you know, I think Klopp was able to stay there because he actually, he ended up getting the Prem in one of the seasons. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't like to City's level, but he got the Prem in one of the seasons. He got the Champions League in one of the seasons, right? So it allowed him to continue. Once you do it, continue on however much you want. But if you take 8 years and you can't get over the line, and it's at some point there's got to be questions, and you got to ask, well, maybe he was just the guy to build us to this point, and maybe there's somebody else out there that will actually get this club over the line, because now we are in a different position than what we were 6 years ago, and it could be the same for Ruben. Ruben can do a good job in the next 3 years, but it could falter somewhere, right? And at some point, you could say, well, Ruben, you did a good job to build this. And I think Ruben's said this as well. He said he might not be the guy to take it to that level, but he could take us from a place where it's at least a little bit more with sustainability. And then maybe somebody else has got to come in and sort of finish the job. And that happens. So, so let's give Amorim next season. If he delivers, we keep him. If not, then sack him. I mean, it depends how it goes. It depends how it goes. I think we're getting a little bit carried away of like, if it, good, bad. Football is with a lot of things with context, the context of the season. Like for me, what happens if we have a fucking, major injury crisis next season, and we're down to bare bones for fucking half of the season. I feel like it's going to be a bit harsh on Ruben. We don't know what's going to happen. We have no clue what's going to happen. So again, we just got to go with it, kind of go with the flow. You take what you got in our position, but next year I won't say the same thing. Made Arsenal title contenders for 3 seasons. Made Arsenal fan hear UCL anthem for 3 seasons. Also took them to the UCL quarterfinal and semi, more to come. And that's fine. No, I don't think anybody's necessarily taking that away from him. But again, their goal and their objective, and even their own fans, they want to win the Premier League and the Champions League. So at what point, I guess the biggest question is, let me ask this. The biggest question is, how many seasons does he get till you say that he clearly can't get over the line, so he's got to go? Like, if he's here for 15 seasons and he keeps finishing second, and he's in the second or third or fourth, and they're in the Champions League, do you just continue to keep him on there? Because I think there's an argument out there that people make. Well, at some point you got to win it, and you keep giving these, you keep having these opportunities, and if you're not getting over the line, and the point is to win to win the trophy. At what point do you say that this guy is unable to do the job that we want, which is to win the Premier League and to win the Champions League? Because I'm not taking away from that. I said that he's done a good job building the squad and, the transformation that's gone on there. But at some point, after a certain amount of time, if you're not winning the Prem and you're not winning the Champions League, your job has to be discussed, I feel like. Amorim single-handedly has failed us in the Premier League. All he was supposed to do is steady the sinking ship, but the fact is he sunk it further down. Yeah, but I think if you look into the context of what happens, I mean, that's for quite obvious reasons. Again, you say that his job was supposed to come and steady the sinking ship. If you wanted to steady the sinking ship, we should have went and got David Moyes and played 4-2-3-1 counterattack with no future in it. That's steadying the sinking ship. We could have called Sean Dyche and just played Dyche ball and steadied the sinking ship. I mean, he came in, obviously the people in charge and him, they have an agreement with what their plan was, And he told you and he told us from the very beginning what he was going to do. Now, if you understand what that means from what he was going to do, which is have us play in a way that is going to be very painful and it's going to be a struggle because a lot of our players can't do it, but it is for the future of the way we are going to play, then it becomes quite clear that the ship was always going to be not steady. Could it have gone better than what it's been? Yeah, I didn't expect it to go all the way to 15th. Okay? I didn't expect it to go to 15th. I don't think anybody really expected it to go to 15th. I think we had opportunities to go. Probably we could have finished 10th. Maybe 9th. Something around there. We had opportunities to do it. We blew them all along the way. Now, when you take what Ruben Amorim did, which is make a massive change, and it's not just Ruben, we changed all the staff in the back room. When you make these massive changes mid-season, coupled with the players who we all agree aren't good enough necessarily on certain levels, you're always going to have this. So, you're always going to have this. It's always going to happen. It's always going to happen. It shouldn't have been this bad. It should have been slightly better. But, you know, I don't know. You know, 15th and 10th, is it really going to make you feel that much better? Maybe a little bit. Still not good enough. We still need to improve regardless. Axe's Amorim is not the guy I told you about. Yeah, and I told you that you're wrong as well. So, we'll agree to disagree. He's been unable to keep the team at Eric Ten Hag levels. That's you're having a laugh, right? You're having an absolute laugh. What is Eric Ten Hag levels? What levels? What levels? Getting obliterated by Liverpool. What levels? Don't talk about him like he's a god. Don't talk about him like he's a god. Levels. Bruh, he had a very good season. The second season was unfortunate for him, and I give him the benefit of the doubt for his injuries. Third season, he blew his chances because he kept picking the same players, and he kept in his stubborn ways, and he was doing things as a manager that he shouldn't have been doing. He had 3 seasons. You won't even give our manager a year. He's been here for 7 months. And he's done something different as well. I mean, we're playing a totally different system. Eric Ten Hag came in and just pretty much took over whatever Manchester United had over and slightly tweaked it, which is also why it didn't work. So it was never going to work with the way he did it. Axe thinks that the manager can wave a magic wand over players and just make bad players good. He thinks that a manager is gonna walk into Manchester United, wave a magic wand on the players, on the club, and we're gonna go from being a mediocre run club for the last 13 years to going and winning the Premier League within a season. And it's never gonna happen. So he has to win by 2028 at least. Well, we should be there, around there. I mean, that is their plan, and that's what I'll say. I mean, their target is to be in and around there. I mean, they said to win it at 2028, but you know, you're gonna take just that bit, and you're not gonna take the other bit. So to be fair to them, they are aiming for 2028. You should aim for something. We should have a goal. We shouldn't just be pissing around in the wind talking about we'll win the Premier League when we win the Premier League. And then it's 7 years later and we still didn't win it. We should have a target. We should have a goal. Now, by 2028, if we finish second and we lose we lose the Premier League by 5 points, we failed. But if that happens, I say give him another season because we're there. Now they said that. Now he said it might be premature, 2028. He said we might need another season after that, but they're aiming for 2028. That's all fair and good. Now, if we're in fucking sixth place by 2028, then obviously the project has completely failed, and it didn't, it didn't work in any type of way. So, there's obviously, it's always about the context. I mean, it's always about the context. If fans keep backing these players over the manager, then this club will continue to go backwards. Well, I mean, we've been doing that. We got to stop doing that. Again, I was highly disappointed in Erik ten Hag. I tried to give him as much time as possible, but he really let me down because I supported him to keep his job, and I put myself in sort of his shoes, and I was like, I know that I almost just lost my job. I need to start this season strong. He did not start the season strong in any sort of way, and we looked very, very unprepared. And while I do agree that the players aren't good, I mean, but he changed a lot of the team. And a lot of them were his players. And he had a lot of say in recruitment. More than Ruben Amorim has say in recruitment. So, while I think that there was some shit situations that he was stuck with because of Manchester United, I did feel like a lot of it was he let himself down. And he put himself in a position to allow himself to get sacked. Because at the end of the day, regardless if I said he should get sacked or not, I don't run Manchester United. I don't make the calls. Whatever I say, Sir Jim Ratcliffe doesn't give a shit. It's not like Sir Jim Ratcliffe is going to wake up and say, oh shit, Eric made a video saying that Erik ten Hag should get sacked. Let's fucking do it. It's not going to happen. So, he had to do what he had to do, but he let himself down with a lot of things that he was doing. Now, he had bad circumstances at the club like every other manager, and I don't ignore those circumstances, but he didn't help himself either, which is why he lost his job. Axe, you say we should have kept Rude. Rude went to Leicester and took the piss. Now, I'm not trying to take shots at Rude, but you have absolutely no clue what would have happened with Rude. Rude had a couple good games. Manchester. Let's put now. Let me put a scenario for you here. What if? Because at the time when Rude took over, we were still wherever we were, 10th or something like that. So what if Rude did all right, where we finished 10th, but we got knocked out of the Europa League, so we're not in the final, we're not getting Champions League, we got knocked out of the FA Cup, and we got knocked out of the Carabao Cup. What do you say then? You have absolutely, you say we should have kept Rude, you have absolutely no clue what would have happened with Ruben Amorim. For the very least, our manager has gotten us to Europa League final. I agree, the league has to be much better, and it's been a piss take, and I don't expect that to happen again. And I think there's been some problems with that because he's inexperienced. I think he needs to get used to the Prem, and he's a young manager. And I think he's taking this time to do it. But also, we need players. To say we should have kept Rude is like, I don't know. That's just like, it's just like, to me, it's just like making shit up. To say we should have kept Rude, you have no clue what would have happened under Rude. I actually think it would have, it could have been just as bad. It could have been worse. If we kept Rude and we're not in Champions League, what kind of summer are we going to have? They're still going to hire a manager. They still would have maybe bring in Ruben in the summer. All right, well, Ruben comes in the summer. Now he starts this whole process from the beginning, from the summer. Next season's a piss take because it is what it is. Doesn't have players. We have less players. We're not in the Champions League. We're not in Europa League. There's less players that want to come to us. We have less money. There's less interest in us. It's not, it didn't go perfectly well, but there's still a potential for it to be good on the other end. So, the boldness level of Erik ten Hag. Well, this is what you get on the Fridays. We talk about whatever you want. I gave Amorim 30 minutes and decided he needs to be sacked. And that's why And that's why nobody takes what you say seriously. I mean, that's not. I'm sorry, but that's not a serious comment. That's not a serious comment. I mean, who does things like that? Seriously, how do you? You know, that's not. You took. That doesn't. You know, you say that in a manner like you think like people are gonna look at you like a genius. And I'm sorry, but people look at that and say, well, you clearly you're just clearly irrational about things. I mean, who says that I gave Amorim 30 minutes? I mean, that's actually it's actually quite frowned upon in the football world. Rajat says Eric Ten Hag getting all the blame is wrong too. How come no coach has changed the fortune of this club? Well, that's what we've been arguing, Rajat. That's what we've been saying. It's not about Eric Ten Hag getting all the blame. It was never about Eric Ten Hag getting all the blame. I never blamed Eric Ten Hag fully. Oh, I've always said and I've always stated Eric Ten Hag had blame, the players had blame. Now, we got rid of Eric Ten Hag because he has blame definitely on his hands one way or another. Now, we still have other issues at the football club, like some of the players aren't good. Shit that's going on in the background. We still have the Glazers there, which we're not going to be able to do anything. So we're going to have to try and win with them here, unfortunately. Now, Eric Ten Hag got sacked. We have a new manager. And what I've been asking from day one, since this guy has come in, please change the players. Change the players, change the squad, change the personnel, and get and do good recruitment. And also, don't it can't go the way we did it before because everything was Eric Ten Hag signing because that's how we operated under the old regime. Eric Ten Hag came in, he had lots of power, which we actually asked for because nobody trusted Richard Arnold and nobody trusted John Murtaugh. And no disrespect, but Darren Fletcher was in a position he shouldn't have been in either. Nobody trusted these people. So we were fine with letting Eric Ten Hag take the reins because we were like, well, this is the best chance we have because he's the only football person that might be qualified. But, I mean, that's not why he was successful at Ajax. Ajax had a proper structure there. Ajax was running the club the way that Ajax always run the club, which is why they were able to get a good group of players, and Eric Ten Hag was there to put the project together. Now, we must now do the same thing at Manchester United. As a young manager, we know that these players on levels, in certain levels, aren't good enough. So, we got to get personnel changes for the manager. Yeah. Nuggets, man, can walk into the room, give them a McNuggets each, boom, prime everyone. We reached the UCL final. EPL went no. You're absolutely you live in an alternate fantasy reality. I think you're wearing um fucking Apple Vision Pro goggles or something because that's literally never gonna happen. And Nuggets isn't gonna do that. I tell you right now, and I like Nuggets, and I think he's a good manager, and I actually wanted him at the football club at one point, and I'll still take him at some point because I think he's a good manager. But if Nuggets walked into this team right now to play the football that Nuggets wants, he will literally fail, just like Amorim has been doing in the Prem. He will literally fail. He will literally fail. And the only way he doesn't fail is if he conforms and doesn't play Nuggets football and plays football that goes specifically to this team. He will fail. He will fail. If he comes in, if Nuggets came in instead of Ruben Amorim and he wanted to play Nuggets football, Nagelsmann football, his football, he will fail. It will go the same way it's gone, like how it's gone with Ruben Amorim. Because this team can't play Nagelsmann football, and they can't play Amorim football. They can't play any other football besides a 4-2-3-1 counterattack. And they're not even that good at that, because we haven't really achieved anything doing that. But that's really what we were playing for. We did it for Ten Hag. We did it for Solskjaer. And we did it a little bit under Mourinho as well. So 3 managers, 9 years, 8 to 9 years. Edward says Amorim doesn't deserve the hate. He came in mid-season with the Eric Ten Hag players, and he plays a 3-4-2-1, a different type of system. Some of the players don't fit that system. Yeah, but see, this is his thing. Like, he believes that he shouldn't have been hired because he plays a 3-4-2-1, different type of system, and the players don't fit that system. So he believes that he shouldn't have been hired. But I mean, that's not a ridiculous take or anything. That's fine. But I think many of us argue that we know the players aren't good. The players that he's using now are the same ones that got Ten Hag sacked as well. They had a hand in getting Ten Hag sacked. And they're now going to go perform for Ruben Amorim, playing a totally different style of football in the middle of the season. It's just not going to happen. It just never was going to happen. You know, I think, and this is what happened as United fans. The fan base got too carried away in the beginning when we signed him. And they were like, look at the job he did at Sporting. And they're like, he's going to come in and transform this team. And nobody realized that, hey, to transform the team, it actually takes fucking a lot of work and it takes a lot of time. And it's not just going to fucking happen by him walking through the door. But I think a big problem was there was many people in the fan base that they felt like it was solely purely on Eric Ten Hag. And they thought that if Eric Ten Hag went, all the bad things go away. And obviously they were wrong because that was never the case. And now, you know, we're kind of going in a merry-round here because Axe is actually arguing that same thing. He's arguing the same thing for Amorim because he thinks if Nagelsmann walked through the door, he would transform this team into a title winning team within one season, and it will never happen because we are just not there. We would have dominated the European Cup with Rue. Rue doesn't have any qualification for that. You have absolutely no clue what you are saying. You are literally saying you are saying baboonery tonight. You are saying baboonery tonight. You are the baboon tonight. You are saying some things that are just you got. I mean, there's no basis to any of the claims that you're making. I mean, maybe he's just bored. So his rage baited this entire chat. No, but you know what? It's good though because it's good though because there's people that actually say these things like out there online and some of them actually truly believe it. So whether he rage baits or not, or he truly believes it, it's good because it makes for good discussion. I don't have a problem with it. He could say these things. I'll discuss them and I'll argue against them all day long. I have no problem with it at all. Because I see these types of things all over on social media and people say these things. Now, it's a small minority of people and they're not the majority, but they still say things like this. And it could build into the majority at one point if the narrative is driven hard enough. Like I've seen it happen under certain things, especially, you know, it happened to Ten Hag as well. Because just got off big time means something. I knew what you meant by that. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, listen. We don't know. He's trolling. He's being serious. Either way, I think it makes for good discussion because he might be the only one that kind of says these things in here, but he's not the only one out there. I see this. I see it a lot in social media. Now it might be different takes to a certain different extent in different circumstances, but I see that out there a lot. So it's good. It's good. This is what the dialogue is for. This is why people should be allowed to speak because even if they have bad ideas or bad opinions or they say things that are unpopular, they should be allowed to say them because people should hear these things and they should be able to make a decision on whether they disagree or agree with it or not. And that's all that is. You know, that's why I don't believe in really, I don't believe in banning people. or stopping people from saying things that they say. I think they should all speak and everybody should hear them so that everybody else can hear them, and then everybody kind of makes a conscious decision on, is this person, do we feel like this person is speaking facts or are they speaking nonsense? And then you know, general society will make up their mind on if they believe this person or not, and then you just move forward from that, you know. So Rude is good, but he will never take United forward. I mean, listen, the thing about Rude Van Nistelrooy, obviously I love Rude Van Nistelrooy. I wished him the best. I kind of wanted him to stay on as like assistant or something. He did a good job to steady the ship when he took over, right? But I mean, he took the piss at Leicester. I understand it's Leicester, but I mean, it didn't go well. He didn't save Leicester. It was a very hard time, and there's just no telling how the season would have played out. Like, I can give you 72 different scenarios of what would happen if Rude stayed at the club. Like, I can literally make up anything for Rude. I can say that he would have got us relegated. I could say that he would have got us fourth place. I could say that he would have got us, you know, fifth place. We won the UEL, won the FA Cup, won the EFL. You know, I can literally just make up whatever I want. Whatever I want it to be, I can make up because nobody knows, because it didn't happen. And nobody knows what would have happened. It's literally impossible to say that if we kept Rude, it would have went better. Nobody has a clue because it didn't happen and it's not going to happen. So nobody's ever going to know. It's like Kanye. Speaking of Kanye, because Axe wanted to be Kanye in the Discord the other day. So you know what? We'll use Kanye. It's like Kanye when he walked up to the stage to accept the award, and he said everybody wanted to know what would have happened if I didn't win. And he said, I guess we'll never know. And he walked off the stage. Same shit, same scenario. You could make up 20 different reasons for what would have happened if Kanye didn't win. Kanye would have burned down the place. Kanye would have went on a rant. Nobody fucking knows because it didn't happen. He won, and it ain't ever gonna happen. And he walked off the stage. Same shit, you know. Like Rude, nobody knows what would happen. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Could have been okay. Could have been the same. Nobody has a clue. Nobody can say for sure that we should have kept Rude because it would have been 100% better. Nobody knows that, because maybe we finished 8th in the Premier League, but maybe we got knocked out of all competitions. 8th in the Premier League does us no good in context of what we're looking at right now. Right now, yeah, shit league position, worst league position, okay, but we have managed to get into a position that we might be in the Champions League for next season. So, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the bad with the good. I mean, nobody wants to be 15th. Obviously, we want to be challenging for Prems. We all want to get there. But, you know, it didn't go the way we wanted to. It obviously didn't go the way Ruben wanted it to. And it obviously didn't go the way Ineos wanted it to. I don't think they expected it to drop this far. There's been some other circumstances. Again, we had to deal with injuries, and it's a lot of unstableness in this first sort of season. And that's why everybody's sort of looking forward from this point on. Once we do this final. So, do you want to play Ahmad next game, says Rajat. Yes, at some point in some way. He needs some minutes. He needs some minutes. So I wouldn't risk him. I don't think we need to start him. Right? We don't need to start him. I think particularly because he's just come back. So, but he should obviously be getting minutes. Again, I go with whatever the plan that they have, that they can play minutes. You know, Ruben Amorim mentioned in his press conferences that he did last night after the match. You know, he talked about saving some of the players and resting some of the players and making sure that they're available for the final. Whatever the doctors say that Diallo can play, because that's what happens. The doctors and the physicians at Manchester United, they are the ones that tell Ruben Amorim how many minutes he can play. So they will go to Ruben and say, Ahmad can only play no more than 50 minutes. Do not play him over 50 minutes. 50 minutes is the max. And then Ruben has to, do his decisions from there. So whatever they suggest, um, give him that amount of game time. He needs to build a little bit more fitness. He should be playing. But obviously I don't want him to be risk for an injury. I would like to see him in the final. If that means he plays 25 minutes in the next 3 Premier League games each, then so be it, because I'd rather have him in the squad for the Europa League final than trying to play him 60 minutes for the next 3 matches. So, will you play Luke Shaw left wing back? I think we're gonna have to do something like that. I don't know necessarily. There's a couple things you could do. You could either play him center back, or you can play him left wing back. Because again, Mazawari he's gonna be rested for the match on Sunday. So that means that we don't really have a right wing back. So you're gonna have to do something. You're gonna have to put Dorgu there. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys might know, Lyle or somebody else that knows the youth quite well. Do we have any sort of a right wing back that's a youth that could potentially be called up to play in that position that is maybe of some decency? Because I'm not aware of one, as far as I know, that could be maybe kind of ready, sort of ready. Grace says Montanto. Is that he's a right wing back. Montanto's a right wing back. All right, so maybe maybe you can put him in there because he's been on the bench, and he's been sort of around, so he is right there. So maybe you do that. He's a winger. All right. Well, maybe you do that and put him there. He's attacking, but maybe you could use him. He can play that position. All right, fair enough. So I mean, yeah, I don't know exactly how. There's a couple things you could do. You can put Dorgu on that right hand side, and you can put Shaw left wing back, or you could put Amos left wing back, and you can put Shaw center back. Because I think Maguire's gonna have to get rotated. There's no Delap. So who's playing in the back? Maz isn't there. There's Euro. So maybe you go with Euro. Lindelof is gonna have to play, I guess, and then maybe Luke Shaw as a senior player. Because I don't think Heaven, or maybe you put Fredericks in instead of Shaw. There's a couple things we could do. I don't know what he's necessarily gonna do. So I mean, it's good that we have some options that we can mix some things around. I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know what is necessarily the best. But I quite like. I have a bias because Harry Amos is my son, so I would like to see Harry playing left wing back. And then just kind of figure out what we're doing in center back, going from there. I would like to get him some minutes. I think last time he played was good. I mean, not last time. The first time he played, the last time it was a bit of a struggle, but the team was heavily rotated, and it was always going to be a difficult game away from home. So doesn't make it false either. It's a paradox. Yeah. Because Edward said he will get us relegated. That's for sure. I mean, we don't know. He might have. It's just like you just can't say that. You can't. I just don't agree when people make statements like they know like something was going to happen when there's no possible way that you can know, because there's nobody on the planet that can, because it didn't happen. So I don't agree with that. Like I don't agree when people make statements like it's 100% a fact that things were going to happen if that would happen. You don't know. You can't say that. You could say I feel like if we kept Rude, it would have went better. That's fine. But to make the statement, it 110% would have went better if we kept Rude. I don't accept those things. It just doesn't. It's something that it quite bothers me personally, because I don't operate in that manner. And there's just no possible way that you know what would have happened. Just, like Ray says, my opinion, we should stick with Eric Ten Hag this season. He still had a lot of injuries. Only thing I didn't agree, pick Rashford, and that's fine. See, when you put it that way, that's fine because it's his opinion, and he feels like we should have stuck with Eric Ten Hag, and that he had a lot of injuries. That's fine. But he's not making the claim that if we kept Eric Ten Hag, it 110% would have been better. Like, because nobody knows. I mean, nobody knows if we kept Eric Ten Hag. While he had the injuries, whatever, it still could have been a bad season. Now, maybe it wouldn't have been our worst season in the Premier League, but it still could have been a very shit season. The way he was going, we weren't looking too hot in Europa League. We might not be in the position that we're in right now, that Ruben has done. Maybe he would have done maybe he would have done better, obviously, in the Premier League, so we wouldn't be in 15th. Maybe we would have finished 8th again or something, because it wasn't going that great either. Maybe he would have finished 8th, maybe higher, maybe a little bit lower. But maybe we wouldn't be in the Europa League final. Maybe we would have got knocked out. Maybe he would have got there. I mean, we don't know. But maybe he got knocked out. For everybody that says it would have been better. I can make the argument for, well, it could have went worse, and then we just sort of have to agree to disagree. I don't really like to do those things, but when Ray puts it, like, my opinion, we should have stuck with Eric Ten Hag this season. He still had a lot of injuries. Only thing that he doesn't agree with was he picked Rashford too much. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's one way to look at it. It's a possibility. Maybe they were a bit rash. Maybe they were a bit, premature on it. But I mean, it's gone the way it's gone. And the only thing that can really come out of this now is if it goes well with Ruben, they can be justified in what they did. If it goes very poorly with Ruben, and I'm talking about the whole time Ruben will be here, like, if it goes very bad with Ruben, I think when we look back, I think then everybody can really say that, what, they clearly fucked up on doing this. Because I think it obviously had its backfires on what they did, on keeping Ten Hag, backing him to a certain extent. I think some of the players, though, like, I think they were made in judgment of, like, yeah, we're gonna get some players, but these players are gonna be used regardless of whether we keep them, because I think his job was pretty much always kind of in jeopardy unless he did a good job, unless he somehow finished in a positive position throughout the season. I think that they were probably going to look to get rid of him at the end of the season. If it didn't go well anyway. I think if it was fairly mediocre, they were probably going to sack him anyway. So I think they made the signings that they made, I think, was in a little bit of light. And this is what I'm saying. They kind of still have to do the same thing with Ruben. The signings were like, these are players that you can use. They will help you, Eric. But also, if this doesn't go well, we can still use these players for the next manager. And the next, like, 5 to 8 years or longer, depending on what player. Like, De Ligt is only 24. You can use him, if he stays fit, or 25, whatever he is. So, yeah. It is like what he did with Ahmad. Yeah, Ahmad has those tendencies, and I think Ahmad plays that position very, very well. Gray says, I'm a coach. I'm telling you the secret sauce. Rasmus right wing back next season. Yo, but imagine if we play Rasmus right wing back and he's the best right wing back you've ever seen in your life. What if he was like, what if we play him right wing back and he just like, what if he just had like 30 goal contributions, just like 10 goals, 20 assists, absolutely tearing it up. What would you do? Like, Eric, will you take Gyökeres for striker next season? Absolutely, Edward. He is my top top priority. I think his goal scoring record speaks for itself. Now they don't necessarily agree, I guess, because Ineos is that because well, how old is he? 27. I still don't think that that's old, but they want to go down this young path, and the striker position is one where I just don't agree with them on it, specifically for the fact because there's Rasmus, and we've seen how the young guy has struggled to be the main guy, and I just feel like we need a Gyökeres or we need an Osimhen. I think Gyökeres for obvious reasons. Number one, because he's played in the system that we're trying to play. He has some experience with English football. I think he did good in the championship, actually. I don't think he was bad when he played there. He has a good connection with the manager, and he plays the system. So I think, and the price that he's available for at 60 million, with his goal scoring record and ability, I think is a good buy. I'd take Osimhen because I think them two are on this level. And I don't think there's really any other striker that's on that level that's sort of available to go and get. Maybe there's one out there that we're sort of overlooking. But for me, the striker position is one where I don't think Delap is a bad player. I like Delap. I disagree with them on getting Delap and keeping Rasmus and making Delap like the main guy. Or having them battle it out. I disagree with it. I said I'd take Delap. I have no problem taking Delap if maybe you sold Rasmus and you get Delap as the younger understudy. But I would still want an experienced, ready striker, which is obviously Gyökeres or Osimhen. And I think, for me, I think Gyökeres is probably the best choice. It's more so of a manager choice, but I think even when you look at him, look at his build, look at his characteristics. I think he can play in the Prem. I think he would do quite well in the Prem. I actually think, like, if we don't get him, because there's a chance he goes to Arsenal, because Arsenal need a striker, and Chelsea also need a striker as well, and they're going to be looking for strikers. So I think Gyökeres, regardless if he's coming to us because he worked with Ruben and he fits the system, I think if Gyökeres goes to Arsenal or Gyökeres goes to Chelsea, I think you're going to see him perform exceptionally well. And that's my biggest thing as well. Like, I think he will be a very good player and he will perform well in the Premier League, no matter what team he goes to. What I don't want is for us to go and get Liam Delap. He's on the younger side, less experienced than them two. And we get Delap and he struggles. And then we're going to be watching Gyökeres at Arsenal or at Chelsea just banging in 25 goals. And we're saying we had the chance to get that. We had the chance to have that. And we went with this unproven sort of one season in the Premier League striker that looks like a good talent. But is it enough to be the main guy at Manchester United? I don't think it is. I don't know him on a personal level, but to be quite honest, to be the main guy at Manchester United, the striker, which is a super important position because we struggle for goals and it's a heavily scrutinized position. I mean, look at the way Rasmus gets scrutinized. You gotta be of some type of cut from a different cloth kind of guy. If you're going to be 23 years old and had one season at the Prem at Ipswich Town, and you're going to come to Manchester United and you're going to lead this, and you're going to lead this team, at a team that also struggles to play to you at the same time. Because I think one thing that Gyökeres is very good at is that Gyökeres can create chances like Harry Kane. He can create chances out of nothing. He can score you the goals out of nothing. I don't know if Liam Delap can necessarily do that. And I think that striker is well needed because I think a lot of the times still at this current moment, and maybe things change if we get Cunha and some other players in and around, we don't create enough for the striker. So when you don't create enough for the striker, one of the things that you need your striker to be able to do, though, is to create chances for himself and get some goals out of nothing, because it will save you points, it will save you matches, and it'll save you performances. So we would have won the league with Southgate. We would have won the quintuple with Southgate. Southgate, there would be 3 statues of, the Trinity statue outside. There would have been a Southgate Trinity statue. It would have been 3 Southgates, 3 different waistcoats, looking in 3 different directions. And it would have been fantastic. He would have had his own. It would have been the Gareth Southgate Trinity statue, 3 Southgates, 3 waistcoats. It would have been marvelous. We should have done it. Just tell him to try for Winger trying to get. Well, listen, I think he'd make a good defender, with the way he goes about it, right? So, but he can get Gyökeres can take his goal scoring ability to the Premier League. Well, can Gyökeres can he take his goals? I absolutely, I think he can. Would you take Son for 2 years? Sonaldo? I mean, how old is he now? I've always liked Son very much. I always wanted him at some point, but it's got to make sense. So I know he's kind of getting up there. He's 32 years of age. Probably not at this point. I mean, it depends. I mean, if you tell me for free, Grace, sure. For free, yeah. But at this point, I mean, look at him. Oh, but this is in the Europa League. I mean, he's clearly, obviously on the way down. 32. He could probably still give another good 2 years at a club, but he's clearly on the way down. 28 matches, 7 goals, 9 assists in the Prem. Those numbers used to be higher. He's got 3 goals, 1 assist in 9 matches in the Europa League. I think Rasmus has more goals in the Europa League. So, but he was always a very, very good player. I always wanted him at United. I wish we got him at one point. Yeah, I mean, maybe for the experience, maybe, if it was a free, I wouldn't be necessarily against it. Because I still think he could maybe add something, and you're not paying money for him. But if we had to pay like a substantial fee, like if we had to pay like 45 million for someone, then I'd probably just pass on it at this point, because he's 32. It's just the money wouldn't justify it. But if Son's out of contract and he's 32, I think it's a good experienced player to add. Why not? Rajat says Delap is overrated. He's another young center forward that way may as well keep Hoyland then. Well, that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense. What I'm trying to say is, from my point of view, if they want Delap, that means that in reality, like, the only way Delap comes for me is if you sell Rasmus. Like, this is the plan that I think makes the most sense in my head. Like, if you get Delap, there's no, I don't necessarily have a problem with getting Delap, but if you're getting Delap, then sell Rasmus. Because getting Delap and saying Delap is the main guy and then keeping Rasmus or selling Rasmus literally doesn't change the situation that we are literally in right now. We have 1.5 strikers, because I don't think Xerxes is a 9. I think Xerxes is probably better suited to the 10. I mean, you can put him there. I just think that what the system needs from Ruben, maybe, I think Xerxes misses some qualities there. I think he has some good qualities, like he can hold the ball up and pass, and that's important. But I think he misses some qualities there. I think he's better in the 10. So, for me, if you get Delap, then you got to sell Rasmus, but you got to get the other. My whole thing is, we need an experienced striker. We need an experienced striker. We've always needed an experienced striker. We need an experienced striker from the day we bought Rasmus Højlund. The day we bought Rasmus Højlund, there was always supposed to be an experienced striker. And if you argue we didn't have the money for it, that's fine. But we should have then went and got him the season after, which we didn't. Um, they got Xerxes, but the way things have gone, Xerxes just doesn't look like what we need at 9 there. He looks like a 10. So for me, I mean, if you get the lap, one way or another, I want the experienced striker. So if you get the lap and you sell Rasmus and you take Rasmus's money, and whatever other money we got, and you buy the experienced striker and you got the lap, that's fine in one sense. Although I would maybe just go for the experienced striker and keep Rasmus and see how that goes because uh again, I don't know if he's necessarily like maybe people overrate him. I think he has a good talent, but um he's just unproven. He's just unproven. Um Grace says let's be a proper club and put in a 500 million bid for Alex. I don't even want him because he plays for City. I don't like him. I don't like him. I'd rather put in a 500 million bid for I don't fucking even know. Mbappe. Rajat says he is and was great at Spurs, but probably takes on now. No. Xerxes played as a 9 at Bologna, but dropped deeper. Well, that is a false 9. Yeah, and that's why I think maybe he can kind of play in that aspect. My thing about it is, though, is that he is. I feel like he's tad slow, especially for the Prem. I think he's a bit slow. I think he has a couple things to his game, like his physicality is a positive and it works well in the Prem, and I think that would help him in the 9. He also, seems to be decently good at passing and holding up the ball. I think that plays well. I think his clinicalness seems a bit off. It's not the same level as Gyökeres, for sure. And his speed. Um, I think Gyökeres is faster than him. And I think there's just slight differences there that I I think we all know that just like Gyökeres just it fits because it fits. I mean it already has fit, so it should fit because it's his guy and his player. But also I think he Gyökeres is big guy. He's fast for that, but he has good dribbling and stuff like that. Xerxes has good dribbling as well, but I think there's just slight differences between Gyökeres and Xerxes. I think Gyökeres is way more clinical than Xerxes, and that's kind of why for me Xerxes I'd probably prefer him in the 10 because I don't think he's clinical enough. Um, as the 9, as somebody that's like Gyökeres or Osimhen. I think these two players are very high quality in clinicalness along with the other attributes. I think Xerxes doesn't have that. I don't think Xerxes is clinical enough. Which is why I think he's perfect for the 10 because he could do a job there for sure. And he can get some goals on the side as well. But as the main guy, the main striker, like uh yeah, it's Gyökeres for me. Um Xerxes 9, Cunha left 10. This is Grace, or front 2, Bruno behind. Cunha left 10. But yeah, I mean, I think we could do that as well. And those are definitely options. I think those are things that you can do. But we're definitely in for a striker, and we're definitely looking at a striker. And we're definitely going to get one for sure at the very least. So, um, again, I think we're going to be able to mix and match a lot of things. We're going to be able to do things like Grace is saying. We might have to do things like Grace is saying because who knows what happens. Players, somebody gets suspended, somebody gets injured. Maybe some players just aren't playing well or something like that. So again, that's why I've been saying if we get players that are sort of multi-positional and more players we have as well, it's important for him because he can mix and match and do whatever the hell he likes. And it changes the characteristics of the team as well. So, maybe there's a match where it benefits to play Xerxes as 9 and maybe not a 10 and play Cunha left at 10. You could even go as far as play Xerxes 9, play Cunha left at 10, play Bruno deeper, play Mason Mount next to Cunha. you could start doing all sorts of things. Edward Jr. says Onana out next season. We need a top goalkeeper. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. There's been some stories about Onana. Apparently we're looking to sign a goalkeeper. Now Heaton is supposedly gonna stay. We've offered him a 1-year contract. Um, right? So that's our third goalkeeper. I think he's going to stay. Maybe he chooses not to, but that's our third goalkeeper. Now, last time they were saying we were looking at the Torino goalkeeper, Milinkovic. I think his name is Milinkovic, um, who is the starting goalkeeper at Torino in the Serie A. Apparently, he's available for about 17.5 million or something, which is quite cheap. Now, when they ran that story, everybody said that, that's United looking to replace Onana. I think maybe in a way, but not directly. I'm not too sure about that. That goalkeeper doesn't necessarily strike me as like, I don't think it'll go in the way that people think it goes. I think people were saying like, if we sign him, that means Onana is getting sold. And I don't think that's necessarily how it's going to go. That guy seems to me like somebody that can take the starting spot, but is one that is not necessarily going to take the starting spot right off the bat. And it doesn't mean that Onana is going to get sold right off the bat. I think if we were to go for somebody like Milinkovic, who costs 17 million, I think that is a backup goalkeeper with the chance and the pressure to take the first choice away from Onana. And therefore, because I think Biender is leaving. I think Biender wants to leave. I think Biender is going to ask to go. And I think maybe the club will look to move Biender, because I think the club have judged it at this way. They say, well, Onana has had some very bad mistakes. There's question marks about him. Maybe they're not willing to give up on him yet. But when they look towards Biender, I think they've made the decision that Biender is not somebody that can seriously take Onana's spot for an entire season. Like, if Biender had to play every single match for a whole season, I don't think it would go necessarily well. And I think people would be probably, they might be asking for Onana back at some point. So I think the club has looked at that, and I think that's what they're gonna do. I think Bienda is gonna go. And I think this goalkeeper that's gonna come in is gonna be somebody that actually has the actual potential and ability to take Onana's position. So there's gonna be pressure on Onana, because this will be Onana's third season. And I think for Onana, if it doesn't materialize this off season, this is the last season. Like, this is do or die. You either have one of the best campaigns you've had as a player, and definitely in your 2-3 years that you've been at Manchester United, you must have one of the best seasons. Or if it goes the same as it's gone this season and the first season, then that means you're definitely done. And if it's gone, at points at this time too, like there's times where, like, the mistakes he's made, he probably should have maybe gotten dropped at some point and maybe lost his spot permanently. But I think he can't lose his spot permanently, because I think Bienda is actually, I don't think he's any better. In fact, he's probably worse in some areas, like the fact that he can't really use his feet. So, Gray says, I think if Cunha can play 9 as well, we need to sell Rasmus to bring in another striker. Well, I mean, he can. He's done so. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Edward says, "I'll take John Garcia." You're another one. The whole community has been saying John Garcia for like weeks and weeks and weeks. I think Lyons is a big advocate of him. So I don't know. I haven't really. I don't pay attention. I haven't paid attention to him. I don't know much about him, but apparently he's good, because all of you keep saying to take him. So, but listen. we're gonna get out of here because it's been a 4-hour stream and it's been crazy. And it's Friday and it's late for some of you, so we got to get out of here. But I appreciate every single one of you for the I appreciate every single one of you for the support. It was an amazing Freestyle Friday. I got to go take care of some things and do some things. So, yeah, we're going to get out of here. Please smash the like button. If you didn't smash the like button, Lana said Friday Freestyle at its finest. Yeah, I mean, it definitely just took a course of its own for sure. Which is why we do them, because I actually thoroughly enjoyed them. So, yeah. But yeah, if you didn't smash the like button, please hit the like button. It is greatly important. We appreciate it. If you did, thank you very much. Anybody that was new and subscribed, which we may have gotten along the way, thank you for subscribing. We look forward to hearing from you. We're gonna be back live after the match, obviously on Sunday. No stream tomorrow, unless we sign, you know, unless we sign Cunha tomorrow. And it's a done deal, then there won't be a stream. But obviously, if Fabrizio gives us the here we go, we're gonna have to do a live. But other than some sort of a breaking news, unless they come and they tell me that the Glazers have sold the club tomorrow, we're not gonna go live. So and Lila's put out the link for the Discord as well and says drop a like and subscribe and get in the Discord. Yes, if you're not, I'm telling you right now, if you're not in the Discord, you're missing out in the Discord. You really are. The Discord is beautiful, first of all, and also we're getting some good updates in there, good conversations as well. So, yeah, I mean, if you're not in the Discord, you're really missing out, and also you just miss out on the updates. You stay in the know in the Discord as well. You know when I'm actually gonna go live, because sometimes I don't know when I'm gonna go live. It's hard for me to sort out a schedule, which is it's my fault, but I do keep regular updates and they're much easier to see in the Discord. So if you're not in there, I would like to see more of you in there, because I enjoy chatting after hours as well, at different times and stuff like that. And we always keep you guys up to date with the news and stuff as well when we're not live. So I think it's good to be in there. And it's also for a place for you guys to chat with each other when I'm not live, when I can't go live, or when we're not live together. You guys can interact with each other, and that's why the Discord is important. So, hopefully more of you join. We got a few in there, and we're enjoying life in there. But we would enjoy it much more with more of our friends. So. Edward Jr. says, wow, it's been amazing spending time with you guys. And Eric, love you all and good night. Well, thank you, Edward. We appreciate you very much. And we're glad that, you've joined the family and you're a new addition. And we're glad to have you here. And, I've enjoyed you being here as well, with your comments and stuff like that. I think you've added already something, more to what we've had, just in the discussion, getting involved, making some good points. Asking some good questions and stuff like that. So, yeah, you're gonna fit real well into here with the rest of us. If I could get another like 100 Lyles, 100 Edward Juniors, 100 Graces. Although I don't know, that might be a little bit overwhelming, but we love Grace anyway. So I'll take 100 Graces as well, 100 Rajats. 100 of everybody. If I could get another 100 of each one of these people that are in here. That are always in here. We'd have, the biggest, greatest community in the world. We have the greatest community in the world, but we would have the largest, greatest community in the world. So, yeah, I mean, what a show. I mean, 4 hours flew by. I didn't even know we did 4 hours. And what's funny? I was gonna make it sort of short today because I was like, there's nothing really to kind of talk about in terms of United stuff going on, and I was like, maybe the conversation won't really carry too much, and I kind of wanted to shorten it anyway because I kind of wanted to do some things, not so late, which I'm gonna have to do late now anyway. So I was planning to do an hour and a half, hour and 45, and 4 hours later, here we are. So I mean, at some point, some of these shows they're gonna have to go a little bit shorter. I'm just letting you guys know. But when we can do them, we will do them. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good show. So I'll catch you guys Sunday. The match is an early one, is it not? I hate when they keep doing this to us. Well, to me specifically, it's at 9:15 in the morning. So it's gonna be afternoon for you guys, but it's gonna be an early one for me. And then there's Liverpool Arsenal after, which a lot of people are gonna watch. So we'll be live after the match versus West Ham. Predictions for West Ham. I guess I'll shout them out real quick. Let's look at it. So we're both in really bad form. Nobody has a win, and neither team has a win in the last 5 matches. They have one more draw, we have one more loss. So, yeah. I mean, we are West Ham levels, aren't we? West Ham are first to score 4 out of the 5 last times we've played them. Or I don't know if it's directly, but 4 out of the 5 last times we played them, they have scored first, which is not a good statistic, again, for us, because we need to stop conceding first and putting ourselves in bad situations. Yeah, I mean, at home, we have a good record against West Ham. I don't know the last time they beat us at home. They drew us in 2020 when we were home. But beat us at home? Not that I could see. It hasn't happened for ages. I don't even know if it's ever happened. Literally. So we have a very good long-standing record in that sense against West Ham at home. So I think we should win, although it's going to be rotated. So Discord link, it's updated. All right. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put it in the comment section underneath anyway. So I'll replace it anyway. But yeah, if anybody also, if you guys just want to help out and get into the comment section after I end the show, because YouTube likes the comments, then just write a little bit of a comment. Any comment, could be any comment, could be about United, could be about it could be about the channel, it could be about the community. I thought you could put the score predictions or something like that for the match on Sunday in the comments. But if you do that, it actually is a massive help, because YouTube takes that into account with algorithm and stuff like that, and they're more willing to push the video after it's gone live, after, for replays and that sort of stuff. So yeah, the comments underneath after the video ends is actually quite important. So hopefully we can still get a custom Discord link eventually working on it. What did it like says something, like it just like says like Red Devil Experience or something like that? Is that what you mean? Oh, by the way, Lyle, I forgot. Let me check real quick. I'm seeing to see. I almost forget. I almost forgot to check to see if I can add in an intro. It says create highlight video. No, that's insert ad. Add stream marker. I don't know what that means. Don't say anything. Don't worry about it. Nobody's listening. nobody, nobody heard that. Don't worry about it. It's fine. They won't know anything. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't see that. Lyle, I'll just message you about it. I gotta look up on a YouTube video about YouTube, apparently, or something, or I'll Google it, because I thought there was an option to insert that here. Maybe I gotta insert it through OBS or something like that, and we could do that and just like pre-roll it or something. So we'll chat in Discord, because I don't see it here. I could have swore there was an option at one point. It's fine. It's fine. They're not going to be ready for it anyway. We spoil it a little bit. They're not going to be ready for what's coming. They won't be ready. So But I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you. Have a good night. Appreciate and love every single one of you. Thank you for everything. You guys are the best. You don't care. Again, like I said yesterday, it doesn't matter if we do 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 12 hours. You guys stay in here the whole time. So absolutely fantastic. You guys are absolute legends. GGMU. Hopefully we win. We'll see each other after the match on Sunday. So other than that, take care, have a good night, enjoy the rest of your Fridays, and enjoy your Saturdays as well. Stay safe, be good, and we'll talk very, very soon.